Oh, welcome to a very special Saturday night special. Usually, I don't do Saturday shows, but today we are a little past 6 p.m. on the East Coast, even a weird time, and I am with my partner in crime, the man, the myth, the legend, Michael Voss. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm happy to see everybody out there. Saturdays are not normally my day. Usually it's Sunday, but you know what? This is worth it. This is a big issue.
Absolutely. And generally speaking, I take the weekend off because I'm lazy. But you don't. You keep going. I usually take the weekend off. But this time I'm not, again, because I think you're right. Something happened. Look, this topic has been popping up all over the place, the war in Israel. And to give you credit, Mike, you have bugged me to cover this for a while.
Yeah.
And I have been like, whatever. I've been a lot of whatevering, focusing much more on domestic issues, focusing much more on New York-centric issues. That's what I usually do. I mean, my shirt lives in New York on it. I've been focusing on that. But your point was well taken. And then when Breaking Points had this debate with regarding Iran, Israel, and Palestine with Dave Smith, Batia Sargon, Dennis Prager, and Cenk Uygur. And when I saw Cenk Uygur and Dave Smith on the same side, I was like, And then I was like, damn it, Mike's right. So now I got to do something.
We had picked a day and we were going to go forward. And then we see Breaking Point coming out with this debate. And It's like really at the same time that we were going to go.
Yes, literally I had to cancel this thing and redo it. So we're here now and we're doing a post-debate special. So I want to show, I'm not going to do the whole debate because we'll literally be here for the next 6 hours. So we're going to do a couple pieces of it and chat about it and do a little bit of post-debate special. I'm going to pop up around, it's the opening statements. And Mike, obviously, if you want to stop, and say something, let me know. I'm going to try to get through a little bit of it. Now, I'll stop it when I want to, but just yell at me if you think we should be stopping at some time.
Before we even get into that.
Go ahead. No, go. You guess what I'm saying?
Well, no, bring up the other screen. So one of the things I think is very important for people to understand, as much as we're talking about just Israel, Iran, Hezbollah, or Hamas, this isn't. My position fundamentally starts and ends with, this isn't World War III. Everyone who's telling you that this is all going to lead to World War III is incorrect. They're leading you down the wrong road, either because of politics, either because of money, or out of ignorance. And that there are huge elements in what's going on with Ukraine, Russia, what's going on with Southeast Asia, in particular China, that are all connected to this. And I would even say, and I think we'll see it in the conversation as they had the debate, everything that we're going through right now ties back to the Biden-Harris administration. It ties back to two events. One, his first day in office, he doubles the number of U.S. soldiers in Syria. Two, the absolute rout of Afghanistan. Those two things signal the dominoes that are now the consequence of what we are living through. And we'll see everything going forward from there. And I think that comes out in the debate, though most people may not necessarily see it directly.
I didn't see that at all in the debate. I saw the debate being very targeted.
It is.
You're going to teach us something today, Mike. You're going to teach us. All right, here we go. We'll figure it out. I saw it being very targeted, but you know what? I'm ready to be wrong. No worries. Here we go. Opening statements.
So thank you very much. Thank you all who are watching. By the way, which is my camera? Because I want to talk to the audience.
Go ahead. I think
is that it over there? Hi, everybody.
He screwed his camera up the entire show.
Yeah.
I
never told him.
In the Middle East has always been the same from the beginning of Israel's creation in 1948, and that is that its neighbors do not want there to be a Jewish state in their midst. That is the entire problem. One side, as I have put it all of my life, one side wants the other side dead. And in case you were in doubt about it, October 7th should have made that clear. If you really want to have a serious moral debate, and one should.
He always goes moral, right? He always goes moral. He uses almost no data the entire debate. The entire debate, he uses all moral. They hate Jews. They're evil. He uses moral the whole time. That's why he opens this way. He opens with a moral debate because he uses very little data.
Well, that's because he is the counterpart to Cenk Uygur. Cenk is equally he's about morality. Cenk is about emotion. And it's mostly because Cenk is a progressive. And so progressives must bolster the small guy versus anyone who is larger, because progressives are small. They are a minor fraction.
Yeah, but hold on. This guy does the same thing, though. He acts like
no, he's going moral. Moral is an emotion. Moral is in motion. Moral is a way of life. It's a status. Emotion is purely about emotion.
He says, though, right? He doesn't say that he uses words perfectly in his opening. He doesn't say that the Arab world didn't want Israel. It didn't. That's true. He says the Arab world didn't want a Jewish state.
Right.
Now, he purposely says that. Yes. That state could have been a Christian state. The Arabs wouldn't have wanted it. The Arabs didn't want a state put in there, period. They didn't want a state there at all. They wanted to keep Palestine. That's what they wanted. They wanted maybe an Arab
there was no Palestine. State. Let's establish something.
That's what they wanted. They wanted some form of Arab or Muslim state. If that was a Christian state, they still would have been mad.
Well, not to the same degree and not in the same way. But more importantly, and let's establish very clear, because it's an essential part, there has never been a Palestinian state. The Palestinian people have been kicked out of everywhere else in the Arab world. The Arab world does not like or want the Palestinians. They are a tool. Many people may not like that, and that is essential to this conversation. They are the rejects of the Middle East, and Israel was saddled with them, essentially. And that's part of why we have this conflict. And they are used as that tool of the Middle East against Israel, because the Middle East doesn't want a Jewish state. Would they have tolerated a Christian state? Probably better than they are the Jewish state. Maybe. But you're right. No, they don't want it, but they could tolerate it more. And that's the essence of the big problem in this.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull something off right now if I could. This is coming from, if I can find it. Hold on. Let me swap this, see if it will work. If I can do it. Boom. Sure. There we go. Right there. Palestine, 1920. There was a state. It's called Palestine.
I do not believe that's a correct map.
It is. British Empire made a state called Palestine. Did exist. Yes, it was a British colony called Palestine. Totally existed.
It was a British colony, not a state.
Same thing. No, right? You tell me Syria wasn't a state.
Then you'd say Gaza is a state.
Fine. Then there wasn't a state known as Palestine. There was a colony known as Palestine.
Yeah, and there's a colony right now
known as Palestine.
Yes. And we got a colony called Gaza. It's the same thing. It's not a state.
Gaza exists.
Gaza exists. It's not a state.
It's fine. Palestine existed, is all I'm saying. You're saying it didn't exist. Of course it existed.
Not as a state. No.
Okay, fine. You're going to
make the difference. It's a very important part of this.
Palestine existed, man. I'm just telling you. The Brits made it. The Brits said it's Palestine.
They made a colony. It's not a state in and of itself. Same thing as Gaza is not a state in and of itself. It exists. There are Palestinian people. There is no Palestine. Never has been.
All right, fine. That's what a colony is. That's fine. No worries. Let's keep going. I think you're nitpicking on this one, but fine.
And not already committed to the anti-Israel side. I have a question, and I think this question more or less clarifies everything. If Israel announced, we are disarming and we will fight no longer,
look at that.
What would happen? If the Palestinians said, we are disarming and we will fight no longer, what would happen? If you are intellectually honest, you know the answer to the question. The day after Israel announced it disarmed, you would have an October 7th of the entire population of Israel. There would be finally an actual genocide, not the false accusation of Israeli genocide in Gaza. If the Palestinians announced that the next day, or perhaps the next week, there would be peace. This is the only time, as the little excerpt I...
Yeah, you know that's a bunch of bullshit, right?
He's exaggerating. Let's be
Thank you.
clear.
Yes.
He's exaggerating
Okay, yes.
the point. It would not
100%.
be overnight. Mind you, if the best way towards a ceasefire right now, and I think that's the part he's trying to emphasize or come across with, he did so poorly for his own reasons, is that
Because he's
if you were
only about moral emotion. That's all this
well,
guy's
he's
about.
going moral, not emotional. Moral.
Yes.
His moral argument is not taking into account, well, there are hostages right now. There are Americans who were killed. There are British who have been killed, Nepalese, Thai hostages were there at a point because of Hamas, because of Iran. And if they actually want a ceasefire, then release the hostages. It is the simplest, fastest path. They could have a international support, U.S. support. The world would actually, and even Israel has said, give us the hostages, we can have a ceasefire. We will stop fighting. They will not do so, which is an essential part of all of this. The problem is Hamas, as it's being directed by Iran, because they hate America and Israel. And that's why the hostages are still being held. And it is because America is
But there's a difference what you just said. Does Hamas hate Israel and America? Yes. Does Hamas specifically hate Jews? No,
Yes.
Not specifically. In other words, the Jews they hate are those that are in Israel.
No,
and
that
that's the
correct.
issue.
That is not
that's
correct.
Totally correct.
Look at the charter. Look at
their charter. I saw their charter. I actually read the damn thing because I heard people tell me this stuff. And their charter was not 100% clear in 1988. So in 2017, they clarified because it wasn't clear because people like you said it meant all the Jews in the world. So they hate Jews. That's no doubt. They clearly do. But they clarified in 2017, those in Israel. They did clarify that.
That's their initial priority. Their priority is to kill.
That's what they care about.
It is a genocide they want to put forth, just like Iran
in Israel.
has a genocide.
Correct.
And everywhere else. It is not, they don't separate that. Israel is right next to them. That is their priority because they're there, and then everyone else. It has been very clear. And yes, we go back to 1988. They were clear there, but they changed the wording to enable them to get more support from the rest of the world. They were clear. So was Iran in 1979, 1980. They were very clear. These are genocidal individuals, these governments, these organizations. They are genocidal. They are not fighting against this state. They are fighting against the people they don't like.
The point I'm bringing up here is what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Which I get his tactic. I do. I get his tactic.
Mm-hmm.
His tactic is no matter what you say the Israelis do, it's fine because Hamas is evil and they won't stop fighting. So since his argument is a moral argument, Israel is better than Hamas. Therefore, whatever Israel does, what are you going to do?
That's not his argument.
I don't buy this argument, but that's his
not his argument. That's not his argument. You've changed his argument. He does say that Israel is a morally superior country. Yes, he does say that. And he does say that Israel as a state has a right to defend itself from all of its enemies. He does state that as well. And to be very, very vociferous and aggressive in doing so. He states that, but he didn't state what you said. That is not what he said.
Okay. He's prepping to say that.
He never says
opening
that.
Statement. Yes, he does. You'll see. He does say that.
No.
But you'll see. He does literally say that. But he preps in this to say, see, I am morally superior. Therefore, what I do, what are you going to do?
Israel is, well, he's right. Morally, Israel is a superior nation and state of government.
I actually would agree with you on that in general. When it comes to how Israel, and Davex says this also, he agrees with it. Like if you're going to compare living in, Davex says it in it, and I think he's right. He says, if you're going to be an Arab in the Arab world, where would you, if you could choose where to live, where would you rather live? Israel's not a bad place to live. Pretty good. I'm agreeing with that. But it doesn't mean it's okay to like randomly drone strike people. That's not
random. They don't do that. And that's
okay. Sorry. Purposely drone strike civilians. Sorry,
they don't drone strike civilians. They attack Hamas.
There's video of them drone striking people getting water. Literally.
No. They were we have them attacking. It's very difficult to understand who's Hamas and who are civilians.
So
because
just throw them all.
Hamas does embed itself in civilians areas. We have seen
them all.
And Prager brings this up. So does I forget her name.
Batia.
What's that?
Batia.
Patia. She also brings up, in fact, I think Dave Smith brings up that they are Israel does make it very clear when they are trying to make their attacks in civilian.
Okay, hold on. Let's walk that. She does that too. Let's go to her.
And I spoke at Oxford and debated this issue. This is the only case in modern history where people believe the democracy, the free state, the state with an opposition press, an opposition party, civil rights for all its citizens, including its 2 million Arab citizens, the peace-loving state, the democracy, is the aggressor, and the police state that tortures its opponents, they're the good guys. That is how inverted it is.
No. That again, he's completely full of shit.
No, it's
America
true.
America was the bad guy when we fought in Vietnam. America was the bad guy when we fought in Afghanistan. America was the bad guy in Iraq. No,
all of those are not equal nor the same situation. And I don't.
That's not what he said.
Agree
he
with that.
said the only time in modern history where the democracy, where the rights guys is the bad guy. No, we've been the bad guy, and we are the democracy, and we have every
government in the world at some point has been the bad guy. Is he being a little bit hyperbolic here? Yes, he's being a little bit hyperbolic. But the fact is, in this case, the progressive movement has targeted, and they have been winning support through the Middle East, trying to target Israel as the bad guy in this. Let us always remember and keep in mind this current war, and it is a war, it is not anything but a war, started on October 7th when Hamas targeted more than 1,200 civilians without warning, killed them, and also took in at least 250 hostages from around the world who are non-combatants that they have tortured and sexually abused. That's where this starts.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying what he said is incorrect. He's acting again like everyone just beats on Israel. Not true.
He's being hyperbolic and saying that he's being hyperbolic that it's the only case that we've seen this, but he is accurate that in this specific scenario,
he didn't say that. Israel's being. He's purposely setting up the entire debate for everyone to be like, "Oh, it's just Israel." That's what he's doing. It's not true. Dave, is something funny. If you remember this one,
it is just that.
So if they run their Hamas, if they don't run, they're well disciplined in Hamas. Yes,
I know we get that quote fun. That's a good quote.
Yes,
that's funny.
By the way, it's not very disciplined, well disciplined. Just saying, Dave, that I know well disciplined Hamas. And that, by the way, for those of you who don't know, I'm not teasing Hamas. This comes from a movie, Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah.
When, again, my point, we were the bad guys in Vietnam when the guys just machine gunning people and saying, how do you, and when the reporter says, how do you know if they're VC? He says, you see those guys running? He goes, yeah, that's VC. You see those guys standing still? Yeah, that's well-disciplined VC. So he just shoots everybody. So anyway, that is my point. So thank you, Dave, for that.
Yeah.
All right, let me keep going.
The theory as to why everything is inverted, and I believe it is because it is the one Jewish state in the world.
There
are 22 Arab states. There are 52 Muslim states. There are 200 states around about that number all over the world. Only one is targeted for extinction. There is no other state targeted for extinction.
Okay, everyone around the world who's mad at us literally yells death to America. America is also targeted for extinction. This is not true. He's just making this up. We have said we want to get rid of Russia as a state. Well, not us, but I mean parts of our government have actually said that. We've said we want to get rid of Iran as a state. Not us specifically, but parts of our government. This is, again, absolutely not true. Right? User has been banned for another word, says Tibet. Correct. Yes. He's making this up. He's opening it up to say, see, it's all about because we're Jewish. It's all big, and it's absolutely not. Don't be wrong. A lot of people don't like Jews. Don't be wrong. Anti-Semitism is real. I'm not going to say it's not real. This is not because they hate us because we're Jews and it's only us. Lots of people hate lots of people for lots of reasons. It isn't just Israel. Am I wrong here, Mike? Tell me, isn't he exaggerating? This guy is full of it, isn't he?
He's being a little bit hyperbolic. It's started a debate. He's trying to set his position, not unusual. And we see the same thing from Shank and from Dave. So it's not that extreme. By the way, something I should mention, I'm watching the comments that everyone's putting in there. I was trying to respond to Merlin, which is that Hamas is the duly elected government of the people of Palestine. There is no separation there. But it's funny, YouTube has rejected my comment. They won't let me speak. It's funny that as we're having this debate, and I'm here talking to you, and I literally said, Merlin, Hamas is the duly elected government of Palestine. YouTube said, you can't say that.
Yes, of course.
We're being suppressed as we try and speak on the First Amendment about issues affecting America and the world. It's amazing.
Yes. So, guys, with that in mind, thank you for bringing that up. Please click the like button because this is getting demonetized. Like, this is demonetized, right? Like, there's no way this is monetized.
We haven't used bad language. It shouldn't be.
You know it. You know how this works.
Of course. They're absolutely going to suppress it.
Of course. It's going to be suppressed and monetized. So, guys, I'm asking you, please click the button that is like. I know I bug you every time, but this is just a perfect example of it. Please do that. Click the button that is like. Share this if you can. If you happen to be watching on Twitter, please retweet this. It is important. If you want to support the channel, you can. Please become a member. Click the join button, $49 per month. You get cool stuff like this. But also, we're on Rumble right now, too. If you want to go on Rumble, you can watch some Rumble, too. More importantly, though, Mike is on Rumble all the time. Go follow Mike on Rumble at No Sound Bites Allowed. Please follow him on Rumble. And he's usually doesn't do work on Saturday. He does his big work on Sunday. That's his heavy lift. Yeah. And he'll still do a heavy lift for you tomorrow. He will still do it tomorrow, heavy lift. Oh, yeah. So check him out on Rumble at No Sound Bites Allowed. All right.
Only the one Jewish state the size of New Jersey.
See?
So that is the issue. One side wants the other side dead, and it has been true since 1948.
All right, Dennis, thank you very much. Cenk, why don't we go to you, founder of the Young Turks? Go ahead.
Let's see how he opens up.
So first of all, we should clarify the question, because if we're saying, hey, was Israel right to go in the first place after October 7th? I say yes, but it depends on how and how long do you stay, how do you conduct affairs, etc. If we're talking about how Israel has conducted this war,
whether they stop. I don't agree on that either. Go ahead. I think we're going to be opposite side of this one, but go ahead.
Well, first of all, his argument, and much later in the debate, we get back to, so what would you have done? What would you have had Israel do? Israel did the right on October 8th. Their response was appropriate. Their response in general is appropriate for a war that they declared war. They have been committing war, and it's probably one of the best wars we've ever seen in modern day. Now, people may not like that. You don't have to like it. I'm not saying I like war, but there is an understanding of it is a war. It is a war that is being fought. Shank here is like, oh, well, they could only do things a certain way. Notice he puts up the question, oh, only if they acted in a way that he approves of. That's the implicit addition.
Yes.
If you only react the way I want you to react.
No. If you only don't drone strike civilians, like that it's not crazy. I'm going to go further. I'm going to go further than Cenk and Dave. I disagree with both of them because both of them in this debate go, yes, it's okay to invade. And you think so too. And most people do. I say no. And
they're not invading. It's their land. It's Israel's land. It's not an invasion.
Well, there we go. Okay. So it's not an invasion. Okay, so they're defending
themselves.
They're ethnic cleansing.
From an attack against their civilians, just like we did with 9/11. And I know you don't like that, but guess what? Yes, you killed thousands of our people. We are going to have a reaction. We're going to have a war.
Hold on. Let me touch this. This is a perfect example, right? And they bring this up, and I think a lot of people do. They go, right, this October 7th is similar to America's 9/11. And I agree with that. I think it is similar. Isn't a perfect analogy, but it's very similar. It's very similar, right? And I'm guilty of this. When 9/11 hit, you and I are both in New York.
Yeah.
Right? And I remember this, right? And I was ready to go, bomb them all, kill them all. I believe that. And I was wrong. I supported the attack in Afghanistan, not Iraq. I knew Iraq was bullshit. But even back then I did. But I thought the invasion of Iraq was fine. I believed that shit. And I was wrong.
No.
The invasion of Afghanistan was a mistake. The invasion of Iraq was a mistake. And let me tell you, I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to ask the question Cenk didn't answer. What should they have done? The same thing we should have done after 9/11, which again, I'm admitting I was not thinking that then, but I should have. The Israel has one of, if not the best, definitely the top intelligence agencies on the planet, the Mossad. Some of the top, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not number one, but close, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't they simply say, and Mossad is highly trained, fanatical, dedicated. These guys are not playing games. Why didn't Mossad go, oh, is that what you do? Sweep this up, make a list of all the people who are the bad guys, and go assassinate them all. They did it with the Nazis. Why not do it with them? That's what we should have done. We should have went in and cut the head off of all of Al-Qaeda when that happened, but we didn't. We made invasions, and it was stupid, and we killed civilians. Unnecessary, because we also have a great intelligence agency. Our CIA could have assassinated tons of people, and it didn't.
Wait. Now you're assuming that they have the structure that most nations have. They don't. They're terrorists. They have cells. So you can never cut the head off the snake because it's like a hydra. There are multiple
we literally did
heads.
it.
Hang on. So you can't assassinate all of them because they are not connected in the traditional sense of leadership. They're not connected in the same kind of supply line. So that's one of your problems. Two, in terms of what we did as a reaction to 9/11, initially, did I say bomb them to hell? Absolutely, I did. But my only problem was, and I said this publicly, I have video of me saying this, and I've been very consistent about this. If we land an American soldier anywhere in the world, their boot hits the ground and they are going to engage in active combat. Take it over. I want us to own it. We should have owned Iraq. We should own Afghanistan right now. They should be a commonwealth like Puerto Rico. We develop them. We bring up their education system. We build their infrastructure. We build their cities, which is good for our economy, good for their economy, their quality of life as well. It helps everyone. We bring them up and uplift them, but they are a commonwealth. They wait 2 generations, then they get to vote to be independent, a state, or to continue as a commonwealth, just like Puerto Rico gets to do. That's the answer on that, because if a soldier is putting his foot on the ground, then it has to be worthwhile. To make it worthwhile means we take it. It is ours. Conquest. I have no problem with that.
Damn.
And that ends, that would, in a generation or so, end Al-Qaeda, ISIS, all the threats to America, take it over, educate the people, uplift the people, improve the infrastructure, good for our economy, good for theirs, and destroys these
you
radicals.
Understand, for something like that to happen in, say, Afghanistan, say that, we would have had to put a minimum of 500,000 soldiers, Marines, airmen, sailors into Afghanistan for 2 generations, 40 years. So we would have to have, you said 2 generations.
No, I did say 2 generations. I don't think
so. That's 40 years, 2 generations. I
don't think your numbers are correct. But yes, we'd have to have troops there. So what? We have troops all around the world. We have troops in Germany. We have them in
yes, but Korea. We're not colonizing every single country in the world with that.
Okay.
It would have taken 500,000. I'm not making that number up. You can ask the generals. They said that. They told them that.
They've come up with many numbers overall. I believe the numbers actually more accurately around 100,000 over that time period. And we have had 50,000 troops in some of these countries for extended periods of time already. So it's not that big a leap. We're not talking about something that is numbers impossible to ever maintain. We've had over 55,000 troops in Afghanistan alone. We can sustain that. We can do that. And we could have done it. We did it for over a decade, actually almost 15 years in a row. We can get there. That is attainable. It is unpleasant for some people. Some people
Like
are
a lot of people.
uncomfortable with that, but that's not the same thing as an objective that we can achieve, and that at the end of the day is the best benefit to us and them.
So what you're saying then is the answer would have been to basically force culture and democracy in Afghanistan over the course of 40 years.
If
And
we're
if
going,
that cost us $4 or $5 trillion, what are you going to do?
we'd make the money back just by building up the infrastructure, having access to the oil, making us energy independent and an exporter of oil and gas, developing their nation, more resources, more intellectual resources. The cost is not really important because we get that back over the time period that we have them as a commonwealth.
Wow. Okay.
And if we are going, and again, if we are going to fight that war, if we are going to fight and have Americans die, then yes, to make it worthwhile, we take the country. Period.
I'm gonna give you that, right? There's a point that there's a logic in what you're saying. I mean, I hate what you're saying. However, there is a logic in what you're saying, right? If we're going to have all these people die, we should get something from it. I'm gonna go though with the more radical thing. Let's not invade and have people die at all, and let the people have their own country the way they want it, as forward or as backward or as progressive or as conservative as they like. I think that's a better answer than
in general, we
conquering a nation for 40 years, trillions of dollars, and basically turning them into America Junior with the point of a gun.
Essentially, we do have a hands-off as much as any major multinational nation in the world. All the first, second world nations, we're about as hands-off as any of them, to be honest, to be realistic. I understand it may be unpalatable to some people, but the fact is we are at the same level of hands-on, for the most part, as pretty much every other major first world nation.
Does that mean, in your view, that Israel should, I don't know, since it's not an invasion, it's their country, I guess, so this civil war, in your view,
it's not a civil war. Then. No, it's not a civil war. It's an internal war.
Isn't that a civil war?
It's not a civil war. Palestinians aren't citizens. Israelis are. Palestinians are basically second-class citizens. That's a different issue. Some people have that as a problem. Fine, but they're not. If
minor
they were
things,
citizens, then it would be an internal war. That would be a civil war. This is an internal war within their territory.
It's an internal war. Okay, so we're gonna twist that. Okay, so it's an internal war.
These are important distinctions because it has an impact around the world.
Okay, so it's an internal war. Okay,
yes.
So shouldn't America then, if this is an internal war, not fund internal wars? That has literally never worked well for us, ever.
Well, generally,
funding internal wars has not worked at all. And hold on.
Yeah.
If these people are not citizens or second-class citizens, to your point, whatever you want to call them, and this is actually Israeli land, in your view, shouldn't Israelis throw them off the land and ship them to Egypt or something?
Okay. So, a couple parts to that. One, generally, I would agree on the internal war, hands off. Same thing I would say about Syria. Why are American troops in the Syrian civil war? And that is a civil war. And why are we involved in
fighting? Why is that not an internal war?
That's not an internal war. That's a civil war.
That's a civil war.
Yes.
Okay.
So they're having a civil war. And we don't have any reason to be in Syria fighting their civil war.
Agreed. Why are we in Israel then fighting their internal war?
We should be there. You know what the difference is about what happened with Israel and Gaza? They killed Americans and they have Americans hostage. They instantly put us into this. So the British are instantly involved in this. The Germans, the French, even the Thais and Nepal are involved because they brought us into this. They killed our people. They have taken our people as hostage and they are torturing and they are.
I hear a moral argument again.
Huh?
I hear a moral argument.
That's not a moral. That is an obligation of our government to protect our people. They brought us into this conflict that we did not need to be involved. They killed our people. We must, as a nation, respond. It is our obligation as a government and as a people.
but the Russians have killed our people in Ukraine, and the Ukrainians have killed our people in Russia.
And I have a problem with that too.
Yes,
I'm consistent.
So I guess we're at war with both of them. I guess
we are at war in the Ukraine. The Ukraine is
with both of them.
We are at war. That is a war that's going on. We are in that war.
Both of them,
huh?
Because there are Americans volunteering on the Russian side who the Ukrainians have killed, and there are Americans volunteering on the Ukrainian side that Russians have killed. So they've both killed Americans. I guess we're at war with both.
I'm not familiar with numbers of Americans who've gone to take the side of Russia to fight against Ukraine.
There aren't that many. There's much more fighting in Ukraine than there are in Russia.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that at all. And I'm not talking about the volunteers. I'm not talking about people who volunteered to go and fight in a war, because we had Americans who volunteered to fight with China against Japan in World War II. That's a different thing. If you volunteered, then you have given up that right of protection. We're talking, wait, let me finish. So we're not talking about volunteers who gave up their right of protection because they entered a war zone specifically to fight in that war zone. That's a different thing. We're talking about civilians who did not choose to fight, that did not choose to be in a war zone, that did not know that their lives would be endangered. There is a massive difference between people who went to fight for Russia or Ukraine in that war right now versus people sitting at a concert getting killed. There is no equivalent between those two. We have an obligation to the civilians who are hostages right now, and those 34 Americans at least that have been killed by Hamas. We have an obligation to them and to make a point around the world that you can't do that to our people. I would say the same thing for the Americans abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. 10,000 Americans in Ukraine, 15,000 Americans in the Sudan, 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, 40,000 Americans in Haiti. I would say that in each of those cases, we have an obligation to our people to bring them home if we can.
Dave has an interesting question. He says, so what Mike Buss is saying is Gaza is Israel, but Gazans are illegal aliens. Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. Gaza is the land of Israel. Absolutely. That is a international fact. Everyone knows that. And now we treat it with certain diplomatic benefits, but it is because it has a centralized government, but it is the land of Israel. It is. They won it by conquest. It's part of their land. But the Palestinians are not Israeli citizens of the state, the government of Israel. They have a secondary status. They have more rights than anywhere else in the Middle East. The reason why the Palestinians stay in Gaza is because they would lose most of the rights that they have in Gaza if they were to go to Egypt, Jordan, Syria, so on and so on. That's why you just made that up. That's absolutely not true. No,
you literally just made that up. That's absolutely not true.
No, I didn't.
A whole lot of those people would go to Egypt. Egypt doesn't want them.
Yes, and because
Egypt it's not because they want to stay in Gaza. It's because Egypt won't take them, and they'll have plenty of rights in Egypt. They're all Muslims. They'll be fine.
No, they won't. No, they won't.
Egypt.
No, they will not. Again, the Palestinians been kicked out of everywhere in the Middle East because no one wants to give them rights.
Yes.
And no one wants them as refugees because if they were refugees, they'd have to give them rights. They don't want them to have any. So no, they get more rights and they are getting more benefits. Believe it or not, people don't like to acknowledge this, but it is a fact. And even the panel acknowledge that, yes, they get more rights under Israel than anywhere else in the Middle East. That's one of the reasons why the Palestinian people stay in Gaza, because they get more there than anywhere else in the Middle East. Because
they should be lucky to be in Gaza.
Huh?
They should be lucky to be in Gaza.
I didn't say they'd be lucky. I'm saying that's the best case scenario for them at this moment. Could it be better? Get rid of Hamas and it could probably be better. But they have Hamas. That's who they elected. Terrorists. So they have a problem. That's on them. That's their choice. These are consequences of the choice.
Let's go on with the panel a bit. Someone's asking me, does the panel
still be in there? That's a hard no. It's not even close. It's been absolutely atrocious what they've done. And not only has it killed over 33,000 Palestinians, with probably a lot more than that inside the rubble, 76,000 wounded, 1.1 million people starving. If you think that that is good for Israel, I think that you ought to have a sanity check. So not only is it devastating for the Palestinians, potentially devastating for the world, as Netanyahu now agitates for a broader war with Iran engulfing the entire Middle East, which will be catastrophic for America and the world. But for Israel itself, if you want a safe haven for Jews, you must stop the occupation. 75 long, brutal years. So it's one thing to say, hey, theoretically, Hamas would do this. And by the way, I'm then going to say all Palestinians would do that, or all Muslims would do that. That's a dangerous area to go to, right? It's another thing to say, yes, well, while they theoretically don't want our state to exist, we are actually preventing their state from existing. I mean, it's such an ironic argument. Hey, we prevented their state for 75 long years. We prevented them from having freedom for 75 long years. We brutalized them in every possible way. We humiliated them in every possible way. Number one,
So this is part of his emotional, and he's basically the counterpart to Prager. This is and Prager went with a moral superiority. He's going with an emotional plea. He's going with the emotional plea.
He's going moral too.
No, it's emotional. I don't think it's moral.
Because you don't like it, it's emotional.
No, I don't think he's made a moral statement.
Yes, he is.
Other than the only statement,
he's
the
saying
only
that
thing
Israel is brutalizing. He's saying Israel's mean and brutalizes. What he's saying.
That part, yes, that part is it. But everything else that he's saying, just like everything that Prager said, isn't about moral. Some of it's emotional. The majority of what Shank is saying is emotional, and he has a little bit of morality in there to make it easier to absorb. But he's also fundamentally, I think, wrong in his viewpoint. And I think his viewpoint comes from the fact that as a progressive, he has to support the small guy versus anyone who is bigger. It's part of their ideology that racism only is a function of power. And anyone who's bigger than you obviously can be racist. You can't be racist to someone who's bigger or stronger than you. It is part of that mentality that progressives absolutely need, because they are a fraction. They are the small guy. They are the splinter of the United States, of the world, and they are trying to promote their socialist ideology.
In this case, though, isn't he factually correct that Israel right now is the bigger person and the aggressor at this time? Isn't that true?
No. Well, in part, yes, Israel is bigger and stronger, and everyone knew that even before Hamas decided to attack. They knew they were punching outside their weight class. They knew they were punching up. They did it anyway because they didn't care, and they thought that they would get the kind of reaction we're starting to see from, Harvard and over at Cooper Union and Binghamton University. They would get that progressive support towards their cause, which is true.
But what would you expect? Isn't he correct when he says it is the equivalent of a 75-year occupation?
No.
Because they haven't been able to have, to your point, they've been second-class citizens. You've said that. They haven't been able to have their own real state. You've even said that. The rest of the countries don't want them, right? Egypt doesn't want them. Syria doesn't want them.
Right.
Nobody else wants them, right? So don't they have to solve this problem somehow? Isn't Cenk right when he says, Israel, you've got to solve this problem? If this is Israeli land, as you would say, don't they have to solve this problem?
Well, one, they have been trying to solve this problem for decades upon decades. This isn't like
they have all power. What are you talking about?
Wait a minute. No, they don't. Because it takes two to make it. This is why the whole two-state theory doesn't work. Because you don't have two equal parties that are saying we want peace at the same time in the same way. They don't. What you're seeing is Israel has offered, whether fully or partially, there's a lot of people who say, well, they weren't being serious. They have made the offers and they have tried to make peace several times, as noted even in this discussion, that Egypt, they made peace with Egypt. It has worked because they had an equal partner who was not stating in its documentation, in its conversations internationally, in its actions and its declarations that they want to genocide the other one. You can't have a two-state solution when one says, I'm going to genocide you, and that will be the only end.
Yes. However, there's an exception here too, though. In the case of Egypt, Israel gave land back. They get the Sinai back. They gave land to Egypt to make that deal. They didn't just go, let's have peace. They went, we've occupied the Sinai. You want peace?
Why did they
back.
occupy the Sinai? Because they won a war. Because
Yes.
they were attacked, they had a war, and they won. And
Yes. They gave the land back for peace. Yes.
And they gave it back for peace, and they trusted that Egypt did not run around screaming and put into its constitution, its charter, its existence, saying, we must genocide your existence and we will never stop until you are eliminated from the face of the earth. That's not what Egypt said.
But what you just said is they were able. So what if Israel was to just say, okay.
No, it starts with, let me clarify. The way this starts is the people of Palestine need to get removed. They have an elected government, elect a new government that is not Hamas, a terrorist organization. And in that new government, which rejects Hamas and terrorism and destroys or absolutely distances itself from the concept of genocide. And then you can have that conversation with Israel, as Israel has said they are willing to do, to say, hey, as equals who want to have peace, let's have that negotiation. Let's have that conversation. You can't have that conversation when a terrorist is saying, I'm going to genocide you. And I will, even Hamas on October 10th said to the world, and I know this has been minimized across the world in most of the major newspapers, but you can find this in internationally credible newspapers, including Al Jazeera, that Hamas said that they will continue to have this fight October 7th until Israel no longer exists, that they will never stop. You cannot have a two-state solution with that. You cannot.
Okay. Yes, to everything you just said. Yes. But you just told me this is actually Israeli land. You told me.
Yes.
You just told me that this is Israel.
Yes.
Israel is more powerful.
Yes.
Just because. So if an 8-year-old child comes to me and says, I'm gonna take your apartment. I'm gonna take your house, and they hurt me. I mean, the 8-year-old kid punches me in the groin, and it really hurts. And he drops.
No.
And I really hurt badly.
That is a silly example that you're putting there. We're not talking about an 8-year-old. We're talking about nations. We're talking about governmental organizations. We're talking about military with thousands of people.
No, we're not.
The difference of an 8-year-old and an adult.
Hamas has zero chance of taking over Israel. Zero. Not small. Zero chance of taking over Israel. Israel can take over Gaza if it wants to. Israel can flatten Gaza if it wants to.
If they wanted to genocide them, they'd already be done.
Big of a deal. It is that massive difference. Hamas will never. If they want to arm every Palestinian, they couldn't do it.
No, it's not, because terrorist organizations, just like that's the same equivalence of, well, we should have won in Vietnam, we should have won in Afghanistan, we should win in Iraq. That's not the case, because we're looking at terrorists with cells. They don't fight as nations do. They fight against civilians.
I know you just said it was armies, and I said it wasn't armies.
What?
That's my point. It's not armies. That's my point. It's not armies. It's one army.
No, they have an army.
And a bunch of
tactics of that army is terrorism. That's the problem. It's not like we're going to be able to have a hands-on fight. To use your example, it's more like that you have someone who's 18 and untrained versus a 30-year-old military vet and his two buddies. The 18-year-old by himself who's untrained, unexercised, decides to pick a fight with 3 Navy SEALs. He's going to get his ass kicked.
Yes, but hold on. But let's touch that. Let's touch that piece. Hold on. Let's touch that. I'll use your analogy. I got 3 combat vet Navy SEALs.
Yeah.
And some punk out of high school who's overweight, untrained, and not in shape.
Yeah.
And he goes, hey, you chumps, I'm going to kick your butt, whatever. Should they beat him into the hospital? No. They should
but
not
at the same
do
time,
that. And if they did, we would look at them as, what are you doing? Why did you put this kid in the hospital?
Well, yes, unless that same fat, untrained kid took a knife and stabbed one of the Navy SEALs in his back. And then if they beat him to a pulp because he did that, knowing full well he's going to lose, you can't tell me, oh, well, that was completely unjustified. No, he attacked them. He hurt them and did so on his own will, by his own desire, and they reacted. And that is the correct analogy. Yes,
So let
is
me
it
give
an
you a-
18-year-old fat
but
kid
let me
who's
tell you the
untrained?
difference, though.
Sure, with a knife
on.
who stabs someone in the back.
Then let me give you what I think is a better analogy then. Because what your analogy is, it's random.
No, it's not
Other
random.
things-
It's purposive. It's purposive.
No. But so let me give you the opposite then, if I can.
Okay.
3 Navy SEALs
Yeah.
who are now bullying the 18-year-old. They are now telling him that he can't go to the bathroom in a bar or wherever they are, in a restaurant. They can't go.
Yeah.
You can't go to the bathroom. And they physically stop him from going to the bathroom. And then when he goes, I got to piss, they go, piss on yourself then. And he does. He literally has pissed himself because these 3 Marines won't do it. These 3 Navy SEALs will not let him. Then they shove him here or there, and he has to push by, and they push him back. And he has to push by and push him back. Then he's like, I got to go home. I have things to do. I have a family. I have stuff to do. I've got a job to go to. You can't go to your job. You can't go. You can't go eat. You can't go to bed. You can't go to a job. Then he stabs one of them to get out.
See,
then they beat him to a pulp. That's the difference.
I understand.
That's the difference.
I understand that. And this is where your analogy starts breaking down. And most analogies about this, and this is why we can't use analogies. We have to, or examples, we have to look at the reality. It starts breaking down because a lot of the factors you're talking about, and everyone wants to go, well, what about if we go back 10 years, we go back 50 years, we go back 1,000 years? There's always something to go back to. There's always who's the blame, blah, blah, which is why I normally don't go back, because we have to deal with the world as it is. We can't change the past. It's part of the problem.
In this debate, hold on. In this debate, they go to 48. Just so you're aware.
And my problem with this debate, and Dave Smith in particular, his position on this seems to always be pointing backwards in time as if we could fix the past. We can't. We can acknowledge the past, but we have to deal with the current. And we start now moving forward. We can't go backwards. And as many of these problems that exist on both sides, that come from Hezbollah, that come from Iran, that come from Israel, all of the problems that they all have with each other that have existed for thousands of years, we can't fix. We can fix going forward, which is again why I say first step, you want to see the first 2 steps, give back all the hostages, get rid of Hamas as your government. Now we have somewhere to start with. We have a stage, a platform, a stable foundation to work off of. But they won't do that.
Let's get the other 2 to talk.
I can't believe they're fighting back. Are you serious? We'll talk a lot about this in the debate. But so would people have been surprised if Jews fought back against the Germans during World War II? Would that have been terrorism? Is that what it would have been? That's outrageous to say that. Of course, Jews should have been able to fight back against the Germans. Any occupied people should be able to fight back. We can go to Armenians fighting back against the Ottoman Empire. Okay, so those are my original people. I'm Turkish descent. And if you said, well, the Armenians, how dare they? They should have loved the Turks. And they should have said the Turks are the greatest people on earth. And they should have been occupied and accepted their occupation. I can't believe they fought back. And you know what? When the Turks moved them and killed them, they were just defending themselves. They have a right to defend themselves. Guys, if you're in that camp, I don't think you understand how biased you sound and how it does not sound to anyone outside of your camp that you're in a rational world. So if you want Israel to be safe, you must end the occupation. It is not optional. So is the goal here to say, as Netanyahu is clearly saying now, he's saying, I do not want a 2-state solution. Permanent occupation means permanent war, permanent terrorism, and a disaster for Israel, let alone the Palestinians.
Cenk is wrong. He is wrong. He knows he is wrong.
He's 100% correct.
He's making a false.
So correct.
You can't. Again, the answer always comes down to you cannot have a 2-state solution when one side says, I will fight and continue to fight until you are genocided. You cannot have a 2-state solution like that. And I've seen, and throughout the debate,
ask the Austro-Hungarian Empire how that works out.
Okay.
It doesn't. Ask
many-
how
okay.
any of these places work out. It doesn't.
No,
You
no, no. You know
cannot
what?
have
Wait.
empire.
Wait a minute. They
The
tried this.
price for empire is terrorism. That's the
Wait a
price for empire.
Wait a minute. They've tried a couple times in this debate, and I think it's Schenck was the one saying it each time, talking about France versus Germany in particular. That was one of the examples that they wanted to use. But well, look, they're right next. No, matter of fact, it was Dave who says this almost at the end. He says, well, there's France versus Germany, and that's just a two-state solution. They weren't trying to genocide each other. They did not at any point. The Irish versus the English, British, same thing. Dave Smith uses both of them as examples and said, see, but they can come to peace. First of all, they all were fighting for about 500 years, each of these continuously up until the last roughly 50 years. So, we still got, if that's the case, then we still have.
But we got to go back to what Cenk said, though. You just told me don't go back in the future 100,000 years.
I'm getting to my point. I'm getting to my point. I'm not going backwards in time. I'm pointing out the deficiency in their argument. And this is the argument. Well, because you have the two nations together and they don't like each other, that they can have peace. First of all, we're talking about one of the factors in them getting to a peaceful or relatively peaceful state is that they have been at it for at least half a millennium, if not a millennium of fighting. The second thing that's also very, very critical in this is that they're not saying that the only way I win is to genocide the other person. France never said that to Germany. Germany didn't say that to France. Ireland and the British Isles never said that about each other. They didn't say, I have to eliminate your existence.
The Brits kind of did say that. Even Dave says
convert.
That. The British definitely wanted to genocide the
Brits
Catholics.
said convert and take our rule. They didn't say we have to eliminate you. They said, fall in line and convert. Not the same thing.
Kind of the same.
It's not the same. You can convert without dying. I'm not saying that the Irish were right or wrong. We're not putting that up there. The win condition, the peace condition, wasn't based on the elimination of a group of people. In what we're looking at with Gaza and Israel and the Middle East, which is the second of 3 regional wars, is the elimination of a group of people based on feelings.
Yes, but hold on. This is an important distinction here.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying here is, look, there is an occupation. You're agreeing with that. The people in Gaza are saying, how can you just take our land? This is our land. And the Israelis are saying, no, it's our land. And you agree with the Israelis. You think it's their land. Okay.
It is their land.
So if both people say it's their land, wouldn't someone agreeing whose land is who be the actual answer? And second, hold on, let me finish. And second, of course they say they want to kill and destroy. People always say that all the time. Then once you give them a little bit of time with peace, they tend to change their mind. Let me give you an example of that. Hold on. Let me give you an example of that. Let me give you an example of this.
No,
give you an example.
Wait a minute. Your equivalence is not correct. Kill is not genocide. There is a massive difference. So when we're talking about, as another more recent example, Darfur out in the Sudan, that is genocide. It is not kill. It is not, I want to be in charge of the government. It's eliminate their existence. That is very different than kill. Very different.
Okay. Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
Ireland, Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
Right? The British went there. Yeah. And many of the Irish saw that as literally occupation.
Yes.
So they fought for decades. But
more than just a few decades. Yeah. More than that.
Yes. But now there's relative peace. Don't get me wrong, there's still fights back and forth, but there's relative peace. And to Dave's point, they were trying to make everybody who was a Catholic physically leave Northern Ireland or kill them or breed them out or whatever was the rule of the day. Maybe it wasn't a shoot them genocide, but it was an attempt at a genocide. It clearly didn't work because there's tons of Catholics in Northern Ireland, but clearly the British wanted to get rid of all of them, either through breeding, either through killing, throwing them out, through whatever was the way they wanted. But now they're not fighting.
No, because the win condition for England in that case wasn't to genocide those people and have them gone from the land. It was for them to convert and to obey, to bend the knee to the king, to the United Kingdom, and to convert. Some of them wanted the religious conversion as well. Those were the victory conditions. Now, if they could get those conditions under killing a lot of the IRA, eliminating the army, the terrorists, getting rid of them, and that could get that condition, or they could do it through law or other forms of oppression. Absolutely. They were willing to do whatever part it took, but they were not. And again, the key is the goal and the end point wasn't eliminate their existence. That is genocide.
What I'm going to say here is, if this was 1776, you'd be wearing a red coat.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
No,
you'd be wearing a red coat right now.
No. There's this.
Yeah, you would.
No, there is a big.
I'd have a three-cornered hat on with a blue shirt. You would have a red coat on right now. That's all I'm saying.
One, and just Joe, I see you in the comments. I'm not a libertarian. I'm a Republican, which is probably part of the reason why me and Larry are back and forth.
Yes.
As much as I love him, mind you, folks, we're going back and forth. I love him. He's my brother.
I love him too. Of course, that's why I have you here. Yes, absolutely.
So just to alleviate anyone, because I see all the comments there, it's not like, tomorrow we're going to have coffee. It's not a big deal.
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
But we have difference of opinion. And my opinion, I'm a conservative Republican. That's part of it. But I'm also looking at the world in the most pragmatic manner that I can.
All right, hold on. We've been doing this for an hour, and we haven't got past opening statements. Let's try to get past opening statements. Let's try.
Okay.
Let's try.
Why don't you go ahead? Batya Ungar-Sargon. She is opinion editor at Newsweek, and she's the author of Second Class, How the Elites Betrayed America's Working Men and Women, which we have a copy of on the desk right over there. She was so kind to give us one. Go ahead, Batya. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be here with this panel. Are we all in agreement that Israel was just to invade after October 7th? Shank, you agreed with that. Dennis, you obviously agreed with that. I agree with that. Dave, are you in agreement that that was a just?
Here is where I think Dave makes a mistake.
Well, everyone agrees.
And I think Dave made a mistake here, right?
Okay.
A libertarian should not have agreed to that. I don't agree to it. Okay. I don't. And I told you what I think. I think that was, you're not automatically okay to invade because someone attacks you. You're not automatically made to bomb someone. You're not automatically. That's not automatic in my view. It depends on how it works and what happens. And Dave, he bounced a little bit, but you can see he kind of hedges.
Remember, the first action by Israel wasn't to, one, they can't invade. It's their own land. But two, the first action wasn't, let me bomb the hell out of all of Gaza and kill all the Gazans.
Well, they had to get some bombs first. Then they did.
And they were starting to go after Hamas, smaller groups, and they were going and expanding as they went. So the initial reaction, which is why I think she's asking about, is I think everyone agrees on that. I think everyone agrees that at least the first week or so, no one had a complaint. It's the expansion after that, the expansion of the effort to get rid of Hamas, which I think is still a good, valid thing, and some don't, which would be Dave.
Right.
I would say, like Cenk, it depends on what you mean by
what
invasion.
Followed.
Sure.
But the initial invasion itself, you could see that from a just point, that there would have been justified based on October 7th, based on had they conducted themselves. There was a way that Israel could have conducted itself that you would have felt comfortable with that as a reaction to October 7th. Is that accurate?
Well, I mean, look, if you're spending your opening asking me a question, it's a fairly complex question, but I would certainly say that Israel was more than justified in pursuing and killing anybody who was involved in October.
There we go.
Why don't we cut the questions there, kids?
And that's my point. He's saying what I'm saying. This is a Mossad action. That's what he's saying.
Continue with your opening statement. We'll get to
Well, I think that's very important because then we can narrow the scope of the debate. It doesn't have to be about whether the war is just, but whether Israel's
And this is brilliant by her too. Both of the guys on this side opened very well. They opened with the moral high ground immediately, which was well done. And that's why I would have shut it right down. I would have not allowed that in debate. when they added like, no, you are not justified. No, that is not true. I would have stopped it off the bat. They didn't see this as their opening to set, and they tried to hold the moral high ground the entire debate. And I would have pulled them off the moral high ground right away. That's
I don't think you can take them off the moral high ground because they 100%. Do have it for a reason.
Not even close. Nope. Nope.
Since invading was just, and the way that it has carried it out. And I think the answer to that is very clearly yes, because first of all, the measures that Israel has taken, obviously we look at the destruction and it is horrifying. We see these children, we see women, we see people being impacted in the most horrific way. And it looks horrible. But the reality is that war is horrible. And the thing that we have to determine is Israel engaged in a war or in war crimes, right? Is Israel engaged?
This is a valid question she has, right? It's a valid question. Is this war crimes or is this war? I think it's a valid question. I do think it's valid.
It's war.
But my point is it's a valid question. There are people saying it's not. There are people saying it's war crimes. And I think that is a valid question.
Engaged in a justified response to a heinous attack, or is it going and doing things that are beyond the pale? And the evidence seems to suggest that Israel is not only behaving in a way that every other army has behaved in a very similar situation, but in a much more careful way, despite the massive destruction. And the evidence for that is in the efforts that they have made, the millions and millions of phone calls they make. You understand that Israel telegraphs to the enemy before every single thing that it does in Gaza. They're literally giving away the plan in order to get civilians out of harm.
Utter horseshit. 100%.
No.
Utter horseshit.
What, they don't?
They call everything. Stop.
No. We know for a fact they do put down the pamphlets. They do notify areas before they go in with many of their attempts to eliminate or to identify Hamas. We know that they do that. Are they perfect at it? Absolutely not. Is this one of the most humane attempts at this that we have seen in modern warfare? Yes. Because if you don't, then you get Berlin firebombing. That's what you get. That's the other side of it. Is you're talking about Vietnam, you're talking about Korea, you're talking about Afghanistan, you're talking about firebombing Germany.
But you see what they go on and talk about that, and they're like, well, that was all justified. They think that's all justified.
I do think it was justified, but that's war. But to take the side of, or to understand the side of those who are saying, war crime, it is a war. War is unpleasant. There are realities that we have to understand. I understand the emotion. I understand when people are saying, but innocent lives. I get that. And there are innocent lives all throughout the Middle East and around the world 100%. That are being affected by this. I get 100%. That. We have people who are having, as a reaction to this around the world, including in the United States, we have people on both sides who are attacking people. We had Cooper Union, a bunch of students trying to break down doors to get to other students to attack them. We had in Cornell University a student who joined Hamas to do this.
All I'm saying is, I want to stay with the war, right? She's acting like, and this is the part that bothers me again. She opens the same way, like Israel is so perfect. What she should, that's what she's trying to say. A call every time and blah, blah. Same
morally superior than terrorists? Yes. Morally superior to terrorists? Yes.
If she had just said that, there's no argument with me. But she didn't say that. She's like, they call them before they do anything. They do nothing wrong. That's how she's acting. The same way Prager did. Like Israel does nothing wrong. They just, that's what bothers me. It's the same thing.
That's why she started off with, in terms of her statement about October 7th and the reaction, and also saying, there are ways to have been, does everyone agree that depending on how Israel responded, that everyone says it was fine to react, to have a reaction to this, to the threat to their citizens and the ongoing threat of genocide. And everyone in the world said yes. The fact is, the world, because we are in instantaneous communication, because war is ugly, because there is a lot of PR out there that has a political motivation behind it. The progressives have a political motivation.
Hold
so
on.
does Iran.
You
so
are
do
saying
the
that
Middle
the
East.
whole world.
That's why we see the current reaction. If this
Yes,
were
but
before
hold
the
on,
internet,
current reaction
no one
is
would have a problem like this.
The current reaction is anti-Israel. The current reaction is anti-Israel.
The reaction has become against negative to Israel because of the instantaneous nature of news and the way it is being reported by many of the major news media.
They're droning innocent people. You can see it. Yes.
Okay.
They're droning innocent people.
And while that does happen, because innocent people die in war, that is a fact. It is unpleasant. It is unfortunate.
Okay.
It is a fact. That does happen.
Agreed. But that doesn't make it okay at all.
I didn't say it's okay.
Right?
There's a difference between saying,
hold on. To be forward, I was upset when Obama was droning people too. It wasn't like I am unhappy when all of us are droning any people like that. So I'm not just anti-Israel. I'm anti-droning civilians to death. That's what I'm against. I don't care who does it. When Obama did it was bullshit. When the Jews do it, it's bullshit. When the Muslims go across and kill people, innocent people in a was it music fair? Music fair, it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. Agreed. But she's trying to make it as if when the Jews do it, it's okay. That's my problem. It's never okay. It doesn't matter if it's Israel's or not.
I don't like it when, yes, it is unfortunate in war that civilians die. I do think there are very big differences between terrorist actions of Hamas, they are terrorists, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iran, terrorists, very big difference between them. There's another level of difference with Barack Obama unilaterally changing the classification of American citizens overseas so he can
100%.
bomb them with drones, and that happened in Yemen as well. So that's another category, which I have a problem with. And then there's war, and there are actions in war, which is yet another category. They're not the same. And
wouldn't Barack Obama, in his defense, again, I would disagree with this, but wouldn't Barack Obama use the same defense? It's war, Mike. Wouldn't he tell you that? It's war. That would be his defense, the same as your defense.
No, it isn't. It isn't the same because Israel has declared war. They do have defined victory conditions. They do have a defined enemy.
What's their victory conditions?
Oh, remove Hamas. Remove the government of Hamas from Gaza to get them to be disarmed and no longer a threat to the people, which can be achieved with minimal death if the people of Palestine were to remove their Hamas as a government, to kick them out of positions of power, and release the hostages and then negotiate. That can happen with minimal, not to say it wouldn't have none, minimal loss of life. It can be done. Those are the victory conditions that Israel wants. That's not what they're getting. And you didn't have that. Obama didn't do that. Obama
didn't get what he wanted either. I'm just bomb people.
He went and bombed American citizens without having them convicted
and weddings and innocent weddings too. Obama bombed lots of people that had nothing to do with anything. Yes.
But I tend to prioritize Americans in these situations where Americans exist.
I prioritize them, but they're all important. But I do prioritize
them. And that's a major factor in this. Obama was targeting American citizens who were not convicted of crimes, who only had accusations, was not investigated, did not get due process, and bombed them and killed. They call it, whenever you hear the word collateral, that means civilians every time.
Yes.
And he was killing civilians. So again, I have a problem. I am equating what Obama did with the very similar to what Hamas has done.
But you won't make it equivalent to what the Israelis are doing.
No.
Why not? It's the same thing. Why won't you do that? It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
When Israelis drone innocent people.
No. They're not targeting. See, here's the difference.
When Americans do it, it's wrong.
Hang on. let me be very clear. When Obama targeted, he was targeting civilians purposefully. Hamas targets civilians purposefully. Israel is, call it collateral, call it incidental, call it what you want. They're not targeting the civilians. They're targeting Hamas. They're targeting Hamas strongholds. And in that process, they are also
Are you not watching the videos?
Mind you, there are atrocities that have happened where civilians have been pure, absolute, no question, civilians have been targeted and killed.
Yes.
And those are war crimes when that happened. But to say those incidents are the same thing as the whole thing, it's not. Huh?
By Israelis?
Or is what?
Well, so when Israelis do target innocent civilians, that's also a war crime, just like it was for Barack Obama, just like it was for Hamas, or no?
Yes, and to give you an example of that, I think it's not the ID. When the IDF, those soldiers in the IDF targeted the chef, the cooking group, and they killed them, which was something that they had the intelligence. They knew they were civilians. They had no reasonable understanding of threat from these individuals, and they killed them. That is a war crime. Those individuals who committed that war crime should be punished accordingly. That does not mean that everything that Israel has done is a war crime.
I didn't say that. No. I never said that.
I understand you're not, but there are others who equate it. People like Cenk Uygur who will wrap it in, and so therefore the whole thing must be a war crime. No, that action, those individual actions within the war. You can have war crimes in a war, but that doesn't make the war a war crime.
I'll buy it. All right, let's get some more.
Way. Now, can more be done? More can always be done. But have they gone further than any army in human history? The answer is yes. The number 33,000. Last week, Hamas put out a statement on Telegram in which they said they cannot account for 11,000 of those. So Hamas itself reduced the number to 22,000, which means that if you take the number of Hamas soldiers who have been killed, right? Israel says 13,000. Hamas itself in February admitted to 6,000. We're talking about a ratio of combatants to non-combatants that, again, simply has not been seen in urban warfare. All of these things, I think, come together to suggest that despite the enormous devastation, and I'm with you on that emotionally, we have to analyze this objectively and conclude that if you are saying 33,000 as the number of dead, you are mourning the butchers. And I think that's shameful. I think it's really important that people who are mourning the civilians make sure that they are careful, that they are not mourning exactly what we all have agreed on, which is that the butchers, Israel had every right not.
This is brilliant opening. And Anthony says, this is just the best debate about openings I've ever seen. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that, brother.
I saw that comment, Anthony, and I loved it. I told him.
That's brilliant. But because what she's saying is we agree, and she's now calling them butchers in it. Again, they both jumped on the moral high ground off the bat.
Hamas are butchers. They are terrorist butchers. They are evil. They are vile. They should be removed, along with Hezbollah and the Houthis, the IRGC. They are terrorists. They are evil and vile. The government of Iran is despicable.
So you think maybe so you're one of those regime change guys. You like that stuff.
Would I like to see Iran, the Ayatollah and Raisi, the president of Iran, removed? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Would I like to see Hezbollah removed from Gaza and in terms of governing of Gaza? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And do I think that if these extremist, radical, vile individuals were to be removed, that we would see more stability and peace in the world, especially in the Middle East, even relatively compared to the Middle East? Yeah, absolutely. So,
I heard that before, but that's never actually worked, has it?
What do you mean? Yeah, it has.
Where?
What do you mean? Egypt?
Egypt?
Egypt's a great example. They've had extremist leaders. They've changed over.
But we didn't invade Egypt and get rid of their guy.
Okay, so
in other words,
what's your
regime change wars have
I didn't say
only worked.
I didn't wait a minute. I didn't say regime change wars. You asked me, do I want to see regime change? Yes. Regime change war.
Then maybe that's my mistake then. I assumed, since we're having an internal war, as you said, that you're okay with regime change wars. I am not. I am not.
Depends. I mean, the Nazis, 1940s. Was that a regime
Everyone
change?
goes back to
yes.
The
Emperor of Japan was a regime change. So again, depends. There's circumstances there. But if you're saying just blatantly in general, no. In general, no, I don't agree.
Goes back to World War II. Godwin's law is alive and well. For those who don't know, Godwin's
just every
law.
Right, but a moral right and a moral obligation to kill them.
Got it. Thank you.
Moral obligation to kill them.
You can go ahead.
Well done.
Comedian, and he's host of the Part of the Problem podcast. Go ahead, Dave.
Sure.
On, Dave.
Well, since we have a short opening here, I think I'll just respond
to
a couple things that I've heard you guys say so far. So one of the things that I notice almost in every war is that it kind of drives people down to this most base collectivist understanding of what's going on here. You know, this side is bad, this side is good, and no one really sees the nuance that there are individuals involved. So, for example, in the war between Ukraine and Russia, you see people who have the Ukrainian flag in their Twitter bio, and they celebrate when there's a Russian defeat, never really considering the fact that many of these Russian young boys were conscripted into this army and that they're victims too. And, you know, when Mr. Prager says one side wants peace and the other side wants to kill all of these people, it's a very convenient collectivist way to look at things.
No.
Reality.
Stop. So one, Hamas does have an army, and we're talking about armies, but more importantly, he's about to get into something I think is going to be very important for people to pay attention to. Because he's about to make this analogy, this allegation. He's looking at the difference between individuals in society and a society of individuals. And his point is that we are talking about societies of individuals. That's not what we have in the world. That's not the reality. That's the ideal. That's a libertarian ideal, and it is an ideal for many people around the world. The reality is we have individuals in nations. We don't have a society of individuals. We have individuals in a society. Big difference. And he's not making that distinction. In fact, he's going on the idealistic point of view, which doesn't work because it's not real.
It actually does.
It's not
the
real.
Most important piece, because he sees the moral argument they've made. He's now trying to break it down. He recognized what they were doing.
Okay, he's trying to break it, but his answer is idealism, not realism. He's going with the ideological, and there is a real moral argument that can be made about Israel having a higher, better. They are morally superior to the terrorists that they are fighting against. But
his point is there are people in each side that actually don't want war.
There are people everywhere in the world.
That's his entire point.
No, but that's not
his entire point. Is there are people on both sides who do want war and want to kill the other, and there are people on both sides that don't. There are people in Israel who want to genocide all of the Gazans.
I'm not questioning that there aren't pacifists or people with reasons, valid reasons on why they want peace. I understand that. That's not the issue. The fact is that a government, Hamas, attacked a government and individuals in that government, Israel. That is a fact. It is not about, we're not talking about the farmer over here or the handyman over there. This is, when we are talking about wars, when we are talking about conflicts, when we're talking about geopolitics, we're not talking about Bob and Betty down the block. We're talking about
those
government.
Those are the ones who are affected by it, though.
I'm not
Bob
saying they're not affected by it.
They're going to send their kid to war to die, and Bob and Betty, they get bombed if someone bombs them. So the individuals do matter.
I'm not saying they don't matter. I'm saying we can't have an idealistic view about it. Yes, they have a way to respond, and they can in most countries, in all countries. You can guide your government, or you can be guided by your government. He's looking at this in that all these individuals are making the choices
Let's let him
here.
talk.
They
Let's
aren't.
let him talk. Let me grab the first piece that
You'll see what I mean.
He says Israel isn't morally superior. That's insane. What I mean by that, when I said that, is Mike and I disagree on the definition of that. Mike actually said morally superior. I say morally superior because they have a better government as a general for their citizens within Israel compared to most places in the Middle East. And even Dave says that. Dave says the government, how it treats its citizens, the Israeli government is better than, I can't think of a better government in the Middle East. There may be one that I'm missing, but I can't think of one.
No, there isn't
one. Yeah, I didn't think so. I couldn't think of one. So that's what we mean. That makes any sense. So, all right. Let me see if I can grab this here. Let me get him to keep going.
Objective reality of the situation here is that there have been atrocities on both sides committed against the other side. This is true throughout the history of the existence of Israel. This is true before the existence of the state of Israel, when with the Zionist settlers, the British, the Arabs. There were atrocities committed on all sides. And to say that everybody, as if, or to imply that everybody on the Israeli side just wants peace, and everybody on the Palestinian side just wants, that is just not true. There are lots of Palestinians.
But his point is real, and I think this is what you may be missing here, Mike. Okay. The reason why he's saying this is because he doesn't want what I call the one-word story, which is the way you dehumanize people, right? Every Palestinian is Hamas, which means every Palestinian is a butcher. So I know he didn't. I'm saying that's what he's trying to avoid. That's why he's saying this. He doesn't want everyone to go, everyone's a Palestinian is a butcher, or the reverse. Every Israeli soldier is a saint, right? This is his point.
Yeah, but not every Israeli soldier is the devil either. Let's
Correct.
be very clear.
Agreed.
I think the only people who say those kinds of things are the extremists who are trying to gain political favor and have an agenda. I think the overwhelming majority of people understand that there are nuances here, that there's as he said, there are atrocities in every war on all sides. Throughout all human history.
You can hear it. The guys on the right side of that panel have literally tried to make it black and white, no nuance, nothing. They've gone out of their way.
They are correct in saying that Israel is morally superior in this fight. They were attacked by terrorists. They are responding to eliminate that terrorist threat.
That doesn't make them morally correct.
Is a threat against not only the Israeli nationals, but also the subclass of Palestinians. Hamas is a threat to them as well. It is a benefit to the Middle East in terms of stability and peace to remove Hamas, the terrorists.
Okay. Wouldn't again, I'll go back to Obama. Wouldn't Obama literally give you that same argument for blowing up weddings? Wouldn't he give you the same argument?
No, because America wasn't attacked by the Houthis in Yemen, and the Americans weren't. American soil, American property, American citizens weren't attacked by the Houthis when he did that in 2015, as I recall. It could be 2014, 2015, when he made the declaration to bomb them with the drones. So that's one, no. Two, he's attacking American citizens. He wasn't attacking the Houthi.
I'm not talking about, I'm talking about blowing up weddings. I'm not talking about
who was he blowing up at the weddings? American citizens. The Houthi terrorists that were there around the American citizen was a bonus for Obama. And he's wrong because he was targeting American citizens. That was his target. Everyone else was collateral and bonus under Obama's eyes. A lot of people don't realize that Obama did this. There's a huge thing about that. Again, it was about 2014, 2015. Massive issue, big problem, totally violated the Constitution and the powers of the presidency. So there is a massive difference between, we're talking about not just the terrorists, but who's in the terrorists and who he's targeting. Obama was targeting Americans.
Let me grab someone who was a member, and thank you, Jeanette, for being a member. If you guys want to be a member, you can. If you want to, you can head over to Larry Sharpe YouTube, click join, $4.95, $5 a month to get more and more of this. You can also super chat me if you want to on Larry Sharpe YouTube. If you're watching on Twitter, please retweet this. And always, please click that like button. It does matter. Every little button that is a like, please do that. And Follow Mike. He's going to be doing some heavy lifting tomorrow. Sunday is his day. He does at least 3 hours, sometimes more. So follow him on Rumble at No Sound Bites Allowed. Jeanette says, not much is humane regarding war. Good point. Who really funds these endless wars? Can't even begin with that. Can humanity be humane? Sophistry. Who funds all this war or any? We're lost. Boomerang. And I guess there's lack of justice. I think she has a valid point here, right? And I think her point, and if I read it right, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong on this one, Mike, I think her point is we're sitting here talking about stuff and these people are dying, but there's some bankers someplace and some politicians someplace making a whole lot of money off of this fight and this battle and this back and forth. And they probably don't care who the hell wins. The people on the street obviously care. The people who are there obviously care. But some banker sitting in some spot, he might not care who wins. Am I wrong?
Well, yes and no. Let me debunk the bigger statement that is often used. That, all wars are because of the military-industrial complex. And by the way, Gene, thank you for commenting. I'm loving all the comments, by the way, folks. Even the ones who are attacking me saying, Mike, I don't know what I'm talking about. Love you guys too. But Gene, one of the things to understand is the limit of the military-industrial complex in these geopolitical, and there are multiple geopolitical hotbeds that are going on right now. And we are facing 3 regional wars, which have geopolitical influence of the military-industrial complex. But understand, the military-industrial complex makes their money, and their goal is preparation for war, constant fear of war, not war itself. They lose money.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
Yeah, they start losing money. The moment bullets start flying and governments start clashing, they start losing money. They want the constant fear, the constant buildup. It's basically edge, never to the climax. That's what they want because it is bad for business. So when people say, "Oh, they just want war," no.
What do you mean it's bad? It's not. If it's not in your country, it's good for business. It's bad if it's in your country.
No. They don't look at it. If you're looking at it from a business, the military-industrial complex, they don't care about countries. They care about constant fear and buildup. Any country doesn't matter. You know, you get the little minor warlords. You get the guy like the Lord of War, Victor. Yeah, I remember that. Victor Bout. They made the movie about him, Lord of War, with Nicolas Cage. Yeah, he wants the minor things. That's why he gets funding from various governments for minor warlord skirmishes. That's political playing. They're playing politics with that to keep various smaller countries under control because of the internal conflicts constantly going on, civil wars and such. But when we're talking about nations, when we're talking about geopolitics, Iran, Israel, Ukraine, Russia, Japan, China, that kind of thing, they don't want actual war. They want
they want small proxy wars only.
They want small proxy wars in little points of the world that no one cares about, and it doesn't matter. No one cares who wins in Sudan. No one cares who wins in Haiti.
Sadly, I think you're right.
But everyone cares when we see Japan building its first army since 1945, and they're there to fight against China because Japan doesn't trust America to live up to the 1960 treaty. Everyone is afraid of that, and no one wants that to actually go into fighting, actual bullets and bombs.
All right. Let me see if I can finish this one up.
Who just want peace, and there are lots of Israelis who want their land and are quite willing and will openly, explicitly say they're willing to do whatever it takes to take their land. Now, to your point about how, you said every single strike they're warned. No, that is just not true. That's objectively not true.
Not everyone.
You warn sometimes, but then that also leads to the question of, does that mean that whatever you do is just okay?
He catches her. That's what she's trying to intimate. She's trying to intimate that, and he's like, "No, I'm not going to slide that." I'd have been a bit more aggressive on that, but that's what she's trying.
My counter to that is yes, where war crimes exist, they are being punished, and they are. Israel isn't hiding from that. They are.
They are. Oh no. There's been no internal investigation at all. They have been
are
blatantly
punishing
hiding.
individuals who've committed war crimes, and they have recognized that war crimes may have existed, and they are acknowledging and looking into it. So you can't say, oh, they've completely, no. They have the international attention, they have the pressure, it is being reacted. Is it enough for some people? Maybe not. I'm not saying they're perfect or angels, but to say that it isn't happening would be a lie equally.
I don't trust the Israeli government to investigate.
I don't trust, you know what? I don't trust most governments, but I trust terrorists less.
The reality is that this is not just a war like any other war. And that doesn't mean other wars are justified necessarily, but there's a very big difference in this war compared to almost any other war we could think of. And the major difference that I see is that Israel has dominated the Palestinian people since at least 1967, and we could probably go back before that. Let me just say this. If we look at things in not a collectivist way, and we recognize that there are individuals, and these individuals make up different groups. Let's say we have the group that is Hamas, made up of individuals, but that's Hamas. Within that group, we have the militant Hamas, and we have the political arm of Hamas. They are different. We also have Israel, which is made up of its citizens. We have different political parties within Israel. Okay, let's take this one group for a second. The innocent Palestinians. I hope both of you would concede that such a group does exist. There are some people on the pro-Israel side who will explicitly tell you that that group does not exist.
And that's the point that I want to bring up. There are absolutely people in Israel who will say every Palestinian is Hamas, kill all of them.
Okay, there are racists and there are extremists and racists out there all over the place. Just like Hamas is a terrorist organization that looks for genocide. I'm not saying that there aren't people who are equally as closed-minded and insane. There's the Ku Klux Klan. There are
yes, but at the moment the Ku Klux Klan is not doing October 7th to Alabama or something
anymore. Antifa,
correct.
The autonomous zones across America, which do result in people dying. I'm not saying there aren't bad people in the world. Anyone who says that is ignorant of the reality of the world. You know this already. I don't think he's going to say, well, yeah, but that isn't the majority. That isn't the motivation. And we all know that.
Okay. What I would argue is that is the majority, because the majority of Gazans are women and children. And the majority of women and children are not members of Hamas. Probably don't even understand what it is. Many of them are very traditional and just follow whatever the husband or the man of the house says. So many of the kids don't have any rights as children. You know this. So I would say the majority are people who don't want Hamas, who don't want anything.
Well, no, that isn't the reality of the voting. That isn't the reality of polls that we have seen. Now, you can question the voting. You can question the polling.
Yes, I can.
And I'm not saying that it's perfect. I don't know. I can only go by the data that we have. There is no empirical outside source that has appeared yet for the world to give us a better understanding. I can only tell you that consistently, whenever there is a poll, whenever the data is collected internationally, we always get the same result, that the people of Palestine support Hamas, the terrorist organization, knowing full well they are terrorists, knowing full well, and it has been easily and very well documented, that the Hamas will take food and water out of the mouths of their own people to support their militaristic activities. It has been documented decades now.
But it doesn't mean the people who they're taking them food away from support them. It doesn't mean that by default. All David's trying to say, but here's why it matters. Here is why this matters, what he's saying. If you believe individual soldier, drone pilot, whomever, if you believe what Batia is saying and what Batia is intimating and what Prager is saying openly, is that basically every Palestinian is Hamas and therefore is the enemy, and it doesn't matter. When you believe that, that's when you shoot people in the streets. That's when you drone everybody.
But no,
because you believe that.
But here's the thing, and I know Shank would make you think this, and the progressive movement would want you to believe that that's what Israel believes, and they're committing a genocide. Let us be very clear and understand. If Israel wanted to genocide Gaza, we're talking about a small city. They could do it in a week if they wanted to. In fact, they could probably do it faster. The United States could absolutely do it in 3 days. Absolutely, we could if we really wanted
America could. Let me be very clear about that people don't want to understand. I'm going to say that this is no attack on Israel. No attack on Israel. I'm being serious. Israel does not have a realistic standing army. It has a reserve army. So to call up the reservists and to have them go house to house in Gaza, no, they're not doing it. Israelis cannot take it. It's why they lost their war up in Lebanon against Hezbollah, because they can't take casualties. Why? They are a small country. They cannot take time to fight these wars. They literally don't have the bodies or the minds to do it. Now, can Americans? Yes, we have massive bombs. We have a standing army. We have Marines who would go through. America, yes. Israel is failing to commit the genocide because they're failing at it, not because they don't want it.
I disagree with that somewhat, but fair enough. Okay, maybe it's a little more difficult than a week, which I am being somewhat hyperbolic in saying in a week. But I think it is close to realistic if Israel truly wanted to do that. They don't. They're not just randomly running down the street and just killing various Palestinians.
I literally watched them do it.
Huh?
There's videos of them doing literally that. They shot their own
people. Wait a minute.
Because
there
they
are
thought they might be
individuals.
Hamas.
They are not doing. If they did do it, then you would see massively more than 15,000 civilians having been killed. Massively more if they were actually targeting civilians. They couldn't miss the civilians if they were trying to, because it's that easy to hit the Palestinians with the bombs, the tanks that they have. The reason why it's 15,000, and by the way, why do I say 15,000, not 33? Because Hamas includes themselves in the civilian numbers. They don't separate Hamas fighters from civilians. But if we look at the analysis across the world over the last 6 months of the number of civilians, pure confirmed identified Red Crescent, American Red Cross, individuals who are identified as civilians, we get a number roughly in the 15 to 20,000 range. And we do know that at a absolute minimum, at least 6, perhaps 15,000 individuals in the 33 that you see reported, and actually it's 22 reported by Hamas, are the number of people who were Hamas fighters. So 15,000 plus the 6, I'm going by the minimum numbers, 15,000 civilians plus 6,000 of members of Hamas comes up to 21, and Hamas has confirmed 22,000 civilians killed. That's why I give you the numbers that I am giving you. There is a reason. I start with logic and fact and make the conclusion from there.
I'm not even fighting you. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to run. A lot of people don't know this stuff. A lot of people don't know.
Dave's point is a valid point. You don't want to make, as Missy says, all Palestinians are not Hamas. That's important. And Jeanette says the same thing, what Missy said. That is critical because you need every single Israeli soldier on the ground to not think that. And if they think that, they will commit war crimes. That's the point.
I don't think the overwhelming majority do think that. Otherwise, you would have 10 times as many Palestinians dead already, because
we will see what that number is under the rubble.
What's that?
We will see what that number is under the rubble once this is over. There may be that.
I doubt that. I doubt that severely.
All right, let's finish. Let's try to finish this. It's an hour and 40 minutes. We haven't finished the opening fucking statement. Jesus.
Being honest with ourselves. There is no group that has been more victimized than the innocent Palestinians. And at a certain point,
good point,
maybe we ought to think about that group. Nobody has been through it worse than that group, the innocent.
Yes. And why this was a brilliant opening for Dave, why it was, is because they tried to take we're the innocent, we're so special, we're Israel, we do everything right. I don't know why anything happened to us. And Dave said, basically the equivalent of, but what about the children? He basically did the equivalent of that. And I say, well done, Dave.
No.
Palestinians.
You don't think it worked? Yes, it did.
No.
Come on.
No, I don't.
It's because you're mad.
No,
you're mad because it worked.
I think it's transparent, and I don't like appeals to emotion. I didn't like it with Prager. I don't like it with Trump. I don't like it with Dave. I don't like appeals to emotion that are based on nothing but the emotion. It's not taking into account the facts at hand or understanding the real world consequences. It's just a way to deflect, and it's emotional and it's effective.
All right. We'll see how it goes.
And at a certain point, I think the question needs to be asked, does Israel have a right to do what it's been doing to the innocent Palestinians for many, many decades now?
Nice response.
Thank you guys very much. You all stayed.
That was a good response to what Prager said. And that's my
time limit, which is actually incredible. And Bacha, you did steal a little bit of my thunder.
Your time limit, it only took us an hour and 45 minutes.
Do you want to keep going on this, or do you want to go to closing statements?
Hang on, let's pause. Let's pause a moment.
Okay.
Because
I can just go to closing statements.
I know, but let's pause a second to let everyone else absorb and to interject a little bit. Bit. Because I want to be very clear. And I think that, Larry, you'll agree with me. One, again, Larry and I do not hate each other.
At all. I love this man. He knows
I love Larry. He loves me. We're brothers. We disagree. And as you've heard for an hour and 45 minutes, vehemently.
Yes.
On some points.
Yes.
And I will never say, and I think Larry would agree with me, that doesn't mean that we don't have individual points within the large argument or discussion that we're making. There are valid points in what you have said, what Dave Smith has said. Absolutely. But I believe the bigger picture, and this is the thing I wanted to step back from, most people aren't like you or me, Larry, or like Dave Smith or Prager or what's her name? Saddam. We're not like that. Cenk he's a entertainer. He's bought and paid for, progressive. I discount him completely. But all the credible people there, I think, are far more informed about the geopolitics of this. This is not isolated. Hamas is not. And one of the reasons why I'm so vehement about it is because it isn't just Hamas. Hamas is the equivalent of and equal to and is Iran. Just like Hezbollah is Iran. Oh. The Houthis are Iran at the core, and because of much of this, and the reason why hostages aren't being released, the reasons why the public can't vote out Hamas is because of Iran. Both the money that they are putting in there, and we're talking about over $100 million a year easily.
Hold on, wait a minute. What you just did, when you just said just now, supports my concept of not everybody supports Hamas in Palestine, right?
I never said they all did. I didn't say they all. I've never said that they all did. I'm sure there are people who don't, but I think the majority do, and I think the majority of fighting age men do, and that is the government. And Iran is taking advantage of that. Iran is feeding into the feelings of inequity, of disparity, rightly and wrongly, and using that as their weapon to then militarize these individuals, turn them into terrorists, to then go out and commit, suicide bombings.
Yeah, but there's another piece though, right? Your assumption here, or at least what I'm getting from you, is that it's just Iran doing this. Israel is jumping right on board with this too. It's not like Israel is innocent in this also, right? There's no doubt that Iran is fueling the fire. No question. I don't think anybody who is paying it would not agree. That's clearly true. They are obviously pouring gas on this fire, obviously fueling it massively. But
they're the cause of it. They're the cause.
The idea, I disagree. I think the cause is the occupation.
No,
the fueling of the fire to make sure they don't have a solution, that violence keeps happening, that the youth keep joining these bad groups. That's fueled by Iran.
No,
but the origin is exactly what Cenk said, exactly what Dave said.
No,
it is the occupation.
No,
that's the core.
No, No, it is the
How is it not the
impression.
core?
Let me explain. It's the impression of the occupation. It is the impression of their relative status. You know, there's a lot of people. It's not exactly.
Well, you said they were second-class citizens.
Wait. Yes, they are, and that's still better. That's a step up than where they would be without it. Let me be very clear about that. Let me give you an understanding of what I'm talking about. As relative, these are all relative statements from your perspective. People in America, you make $12,000, people are poor. Matter of fact, people who make under $15 an hour are being told on a constant basis that they're poor. They're not even close. And if we're looking at that relative to the world, they're nowhere near
to
poor.
The world. Okay, that's true. To the world, you're right. But in America, they are poor.
Yeah, yes. You make $12,000. People don't know this. You make $12,000 a year, American. You're in the top 61% of the world. 61% of the world don't make what you make. You are not considered poor. You make more than $12,000 a year. Go anywhere in the world other than 4 or 5 first world nations. Every other nation will look at you and go, "You're rich." And
I get you. I get you.
Again, I'm using that as an example of the relativism of what the problem is. So we know objectively, everyone looking at the Middle East, looking at the Palestinians, understanding the geopolitics of it, know that the Palestinians are in the best case, the best care, even as second-class citizens in Gaza, as opposed to anywhere else in the Middle East. Because they are oppressed, because they are not wanted, because no one wants to give them rights, and they got kicked out of every other place, always throughout their history.
I can't believe
is that good enough?
That.
No, because it isn't good enough. That's when you get the elements of Iran, which has done this in many places around the Middle East. They did this to the Russians. They're doing it to people.
I got it. No, I got to push back on this because if the Palestinian, if today, and this is not going out, it's a fantasy, but I'm saying what I'm going to tell you is a fantasy. But if today Egypt said, "You know what? We were kidding. Israel, I'd like to make a deal with you. Can we say cut Gaza in half, give us like a little chunk at the bottom? We'll take all the Palestinians because we love them and we'll treat them like Egyptians." I know it's a fantasy. And Israel went, fine, sure. We'll take the top of Gaza, you take the bottom, and we'll let our settlers go into in the northern half, blah, blah.
Israel would agree to that.
Israel would agree.
Yeah.
Again, if Egypt said that, but so would most of the Palestinians. They would be like, good. We get to keep the southern half of Gaza. We get to move. Most of them are ethnic Egyptians anyway.
No, they wouldn't, because they know economically and socio-politically they would be losing. They're taking a step down by accepting that. Israel would say yes, because it takes the burden off of them.
Let me keep going. So now, instead of giving Israel the $4 billion we give them every year to keep this terrible border that they don't have, whatever. Now it's 4 after this. It'll be 4, maybe 5 after this.
Good.
Right? We got more coming.
Good.
So whatever it is. So when that goes to Israel, instead of giving it to Israel, how about we say, hey, here's X dollars for you Palestinians. Go buy a house, which is probably like $5,000.
We already give them money. We already give them money. We already give them humanitarian aid.
I know. So let's not give them humanitarian aid. Let's give them vouchers to buy houses instead. Buy a house, have a nice day.
No, screw that.
Now they do that. Now I know. Keep giving billions of dollars to Iraq, to Israel to keep fighting, or a one-time push to these Palestinians, send them away.
Screw that. No, because that's not fair and that's not real.
Listen to my point.
You know this, Larry.
Listen to my point. No. Listen to my point. My point being, if that fantasy were to happen, I'm agreeing it's a fantasy.
Okay.
I've said up front, it's a fantasy. My point is, if this fantasy scenario, which I made up, which you're right, is never going to happen, but if it did, the Palestinians would say yes. The Israelis would say yes. The Egyptians would say yes. In my fantasy of the Egyptians first saying yes. The point I'm saying is, it's not the Palestinians want to physically live in Gaza. The Palestinians want to be happy. And if the Egyptians would take them, they would. But what I'm doing right now is I'm also blaming Egypt. I'm not just blaming Israel. I'm also blaming Egypt. Egypt could help fix this, and they won't.
So
I'm also blaming Lebanon.
And
I'm
Lebanon.
also blaming Jordan.
Yeah.
I'm also blaming Syria. All of them could help fix this, and they won't. This is not because the Palestinians don't want this. It's because other people don't want them. That's my only point in my story.
And I agree with that. Nobody wants them,
Yes.
and they are living the best life they can right now, realistically. Our fantasies are wonderful. The reality is they are living better now than they could anywhere else because they're not going to get anything they're getting right now in Jordan and Lebanon and Syria and Egypt. That is a fact. It is not a suggestion. It's not a supposition.
So then, okay,
it's reality.
if that's true, okay, I'll say you're right. I don't know what came up from saying this, but I'm going to say you're right on this one. I don't think
I am.
But fine. For the sake of argument, I'm going to say you're right. For the sake of argument. Then shouldn't we, as Americans, instead of keeping this horrible status quo, shouldn't we be spending the money that we spend every single year, the time and energy and the horror to convince one of these countries to do the right thing? This is I literally, and again, it's a fantasy, but theoretically, couldn't we even just go to Egypt and say, Egypt, you got about $100 billion in debt. We'll pay your debt off. Take the goddamn Palestinians. Take one.
No, because the debt of Egypt is one more than that. Two, we already give them money as is. We already give money to Egypt every year.
I know.
And we give money to Hamas. Well, yeah,
to
Hamas
retain status quo.
No, we're giving them money. And theoretically,
Kofi even said this is even Kofi. See, because Egypt gets billions to keep the status quo. He's right
to an extent, yes. But here's the thing: how much? One, we're already in debt. We're already harming ourselves on an issue that isn't ours necessarily. Yes, it's our ally. Fantastic, and I do want to support our ally. And keeping the status quo helps our ally. I don't want to get more and more and more invested in that. And if I have to, I want the land. I've been very consistent about that. If we have to be more invested, which means the next step is we're going to put troops down, I want the land, period. I'm very clear about that.
I know.
I do not want to support, and I do not want any money going to terrorist groups. And if it were up to me, I'd shut down all funding for Hamas because they're a terrorist organization. Same thing with the Houthis, cut them off. But Biden doesn't agree with me on this. Fantastic. And thus we have the problems we have right now. To get to what you're talking about, Larry, it can be done. You need a strong president, 8 years, and you need the rest of the world to be convinced. You know what was happening? We had the Abraham Accords. We were on that path. The Abraham Accords were leading to Saudi Arabia. Just a year and a half ago, a year ago, we're about to declare peace and recognition and initial steps towards peace with Israel because of the Abraham Accords, which were done under Trump, someone who's found to be a strong leader who brought in all of these groups to come together. But when we have weak leaders like Obama, like Biden, where no one thinks they will do anything, that they're not going to support their allies, especially with Biden, bad with Obama, worse with Biden, then those rogue nations start taking advantage of that. North Korea gave up on trying to reunify with South Korea because Biden. We see China trying to bully the Philippines because of Biden. We have Iran taking the reason why Iran directly attacked Israel for the first time ever, Biden. Because the United States in each of these cases, and we can say the same thing about the Ukraine, the common factor, everything leads back to the two things. Biden got involved in Syria, but he wasn't serious about it, even though we shouldn't be there.
Neither was Obama.
Neither
was Obama. Obama wasn't serious.
Neither was Obama. And again, the red line that constantly got make a new red line in the sand. And then again, the second thing being, what did we do about Afghanistan? He ran away. It's not that we retreated, that we left. It's he ran away from the Taliban. 10,000 call it 15,000 guys with handguns. That's what we ran away from, with his tail between his legs, giving them tens of billions of everything, cash, weapons.
Christine's
bullets,
on your side. She says, I agree, Mike Biden has given everyone a pass. She's on your side.
And that's the problem. When you had that, then all of these nations, they're not going to negotiate. They're going to take advantage. If the U.S. will not back up our allies, they have free reign. That's why Iran actually, for the first time, attacked Israel. Have they wanted to do that? For a long time. Why did they use their puppets? Because they could never say it was us. But when Biden came out and said, we won't back up Israel because of the counterstrike that everyone recognized Israel had to do, Iran's like, we got free game here. Of course, we're going to press our advantage before a strong leader shows up. You want to have a negotiation? Again, what are the things we need? Give us back the hostages. That's for everyone in the world. The United Kingdom, the United States.
Yeah, but Israel probably killed at least half of them by bombing everything. So
Actually,
Israel's probably killed half of them.
We know that they killed about 5. We know that there are 40 that are dead. And if it were Israel, you know what? Every time that Hamas wanted to say it was Israel that did it, which I don't believe because they're terrorists, but every time they told us instantly. They didn't tell us about these 40 people. They've kept hiding the numbers and kept denying saying anything because there's no way they can connect it to Israel and blame them. That's what they did. I am sure that these people died of the torture and sexual abuse they have been doing for the last 6, almost 7 months now.
This is supposed to be a post-debate show.
It is a post-debate. We're talking about what they're talking about. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about Israel. And more importantly, we're talking about America's stance in this situation. We are in this. People keep forgetting. We are in this. Our people.
And my whole point is,
yeah,
and this is my whole point on the entire thing. We shouldn't be. And this is where people get so mad. I know you say that, and people do tell me that, and people get mad at me and they go, Larry, we got to, and the right side of that debate was all virtue signaling. And they all virtue signal and go, Larry, we care because Israel, because democracy, because whatever. And I say this, and this is going to sound crazy. I don't care if it sounds crazy. Whether Israel wins this war, loses this war, is a pariah, is the greatest country in the Middle East, whatever it is, there are still literally tens of millions of Americans who are struggling in this country, no matter what. This doesn't change a thing. So you said you care about Americans first. Me too. So I don't want to send $4 billion to Egypt and $4 billion to Israel and whatever billion to Iran or whatever the hell we're doing. I don't want to send those monies there. Whatever we're sending.
But we have to.
You say we have to. And my answer is,
explain why.
Let me tell you what.
Simple for you.
Hold on.
I understand the ideal.
Make it simple. Don't give me a history lesson. Make it simple.
I'll make it real easy. The idealist goal is cut off the money and then everything goes to normal. No, it doesn't. No, it gets worse. It gets worse. Okay. It's the same thing as having a weak president. The rogues get crazy. The reality is we have to support our allies. Otherwise, these rogue elements will see that as a sign of weakness and attack us. They already have. Hezbollah we have caught members of Hezbollah trying to enter the United States just 3 weeks ago, saying they want to go to. This is the point
I want to bring up here. This is the same. This is the same. You're doing the same shit that Prager does. They hate us because we're Jews. That's not why they hate you. They hate you because they believe you stole their land.
No,
that's why they hate you. Now, people don't hate us for our freedoms. That's not why they hate us. They hate us because we're involved in everybody else's shit. That's why they hate us. There's lots of countries that are free. Norway is free. I don't see them bombing Norway.
I take Iran at its word when they say death to America because you don't believe what we believe. I take Iran at its word when it has dozens of different terrorist cells in countries around the world, all of them doing so making terrorism because they don't believe in Islam the way that Iran wants them to. I believe Iran, who is willing to kill their own women and children with poison because they went to school to learn to read. I take them at their word, and they
don't care what their word is.
Kill us because we don't believe what they believe.
Let's assume they're correct and you're right, and they want to kill all of us. These Iranians can't wait, and they want to kill all Americans. Okay, I'll buy that. I'll agree. I'm going to agree with you. Yeah, they want to kill us all. I don't give a shit. They're not going to invade us. They're not going to bomb us.
They don't have to invade us.
I know, because we're over there, and they're killing our people in Syria.
Wait a minute. They didn't need to invade us for 9/11. They didn't need to invade us for Fort Hood, excuse me. They didn't need to invade us because of San Bernardino in California, or Boulder in Colorado, or Orlando. They don't need to invade in the way that people classically think. We're not going to look at Red Dawn becoming a reality. But we do have terrorists that have come into our country that have killed individuals and organizations in cities, and they have had an impact, and they have harmed dozens and hundreds and thousands of us, and they can do
Agreed.
worse.
So then let's fight the terrorism in America. Let's not decide to drop literally trillions of dollars across the world trying to fix things that never work. Christine says, Larry, Jews have been hated for thousands of years for being Jews. Agreed. I want to be clear. There is anti-Semitism in the world. I'm not saying there isn't. Absolutely. My point earlier, which you might not have been on for this one, is for the sake of argument, say there was a Christian state that was forced there instead of a Jewish state. Like all of a sudden, I don't know, Christians from Mormons went over there and decided to make a Mormon state, right? They decided to do that. It was a Mormon state. They would then hate the Mormons. They would hate whoever was there. It's Jews. That's why they hate the Jews. In this case, this is separate, in my view, from generic anti-Semitism, which does exist throughout the world. I'm talking specifically for this area. That was my argument, Christine. I'm sorry, Mike, if you want to counter that, you can. I just want to make sure that Christine.
I understand. I understand your position. We cannot. We are the leader of the world. We are. Whether people like it or not, whether it's right or wrong for us to be, we are the leader of the world. We are the glue that holds together most of the first world and second world nations of the world. Whether we like it or not, that doesn't matter. We have certain responsibilities to our people and our nation, and to make them safe, which is ultimately my goal. I am very selfish about this. I want to support our allies, not because I want to support our allies. I want to make Americans safe. And in having those allies and have those allies happy and safe makes us more safe. Because if we don't, we are the target. We have always been the target, and we will have no defense as the target. It is in our self-interest to help our allies, to defend them, to keep the battles on their shores and make sure that they will not lose, so that it isn't on our shore. It is
so we have to fight him over there.
Realist view.
So we have to fight him over there, so we have to fight him here.
It's pragmatic, it's realistic, and it's selfish.
And it hasn't worked in like 70 years. That's the story they've been telling us for 70 years. It hasn't worked. It doesn't ever work.
Yes, it has.
Okay, let me give you my example of why it doesn't
work. 9/11. We have for 4 years now, almost 4 full years, 3.5 years. We have 8 million people that came into our country illegally that are flooding across our borders. They're destroying Boston, New York, Chicago.
Yes.
And if it weren't for the fact of what we have been doing, instead of having 172 known or suspected terrorists that entered America in 2023, 69 in the first 3 months of 2024, we would have thousands. It is effective. It is relevant.
And here is why you and I completely disagree on this. I think exactly the opposite is true. I think if we weren't bombing other countries, getting involved in other countries' politics, forcing a war on drugs on South America, bombing Afghanistan, making sure Syria falls apart, destabilizing Iraq, destroying half of this goddamn world, there wouldn't be as many of them coming to us. And if we, instead of dropping our money, hold on, let me do what Dave Smith said, which sounds weird, but Dave Smith said this. He said, pull the troops out of the world and put them on the border. Now, that's not usually a libertarian view, but I would take that. That would be a better use of our money than destabilizing the Middle East and keeping 8,000 people in this country and 20,000 in that country and 50,000 in that country. If you're going to have them anywhere, put them on the border.
Okay.
I think you'd have a simpler border. We'd have less problems if we wouldn't do all this stuff.
No, but here's the thing. Let me be a let me ask you. I'm very pragmatic. You know that. I try to be very realistic and grounded in my belief. So I want to ask a very important question.
Okay.
Name the country that doesn't have or use its influence, its abilities to influence other nations. Doesn't matter if it's effective or not, that they do try. What country doesn't do that?
Doesn't try to influence other nations.
Mm-hmm.
Let me think if there is one.
There isn't one.
Do you mean all nations or only any nation?
Any
if
nation.
You mean any nation, of course
there
not.
Is
but
no nation on the face. My supposition is there is no nation on the face of the earth that isn't trying to influence other nations at various times. And all nations on the face of the earth are trying to influence the United States because we are the most rich, the largest, and the most powerful all at the same time, and the most free all at the same time. Every nation is trying to influence us, and they all try and influence each other on and off to various degrees. Is that not correct?
Yes, but what's the point? I agree. What's the point?
And therefore, we are involved with every other country in the world. It doesn't
mean we have to put bases in their countries.
We cannot isolate. We are involved.
No, hold on. I never said we should isolate. I said we should be non-interventionist. That is a whole different thing.
Yeah, but we can't be We
did it before. We did it basically before 1916. But basically, hold on. But basically, with the exception of South American banana wars, but with the exception of those, we basically had a Monroe Doctrine for about 150 years. If it wasn't in the Americas, we left it alone until World War I. We just left it alone. If it wasn't in the Americas, what's wrong with that? Well, I'll take that.
Yes, and then we had industrialization, and then we had advances in communication, and then we had America rise.
It didn't mean we had to bomb people.
And then we rose to be the largest nation, largest free, rich, powerful nation in the world. We raised the quality of life for us and everyone in the world. And the moment we did that 150 years where we were a third and then climbing to second world nation, that doesn't count.
We weren't a second world nation in the 1800s.
Yeah, we were.
We were a first world nation in the 1800s.
No, we weren't.
We fought the British in 1812.
No, that's because they came here.
And by the time we fought our Civil War, hold on. When we fought our Civil War in 1865, America was a first world country.
No, we were
our
not.
Civil War.
No, we fought. That's us fighting against our own, and we couldn't go out and invade other countries. They invaded us. The we
had gun-boat diplomacy in the 1850s and 60s in Japan.
French-Indian War, War of 1812, which was with England. These are wars where they came to us.
Yes, but we were still a first world country.
We could not go to them. We didn't have it. And literally up until World War II, and even throughout World War I, we were just becoming industrialized enough to begin to compete with the rest of the world. And that's why we helped win World War II.
He says it right here. NNY Liberty, Spanish-American War. That's 1890s.
That was 1890s, and that was, we were still.
And we won.
We were a second world nation then.
First world, we beat Spain.
Spain was falling apart. England was the ruler of the world at that time.
Stuff now. We were first.
No, that was a fact. England was. You had the British Empire in the.
I know why we're fighting about this.
That had control over most of the world.
Let's go back to our debate. Let's go back to our debate. Do you want to go closing statements, or do you want to go some part in the middle? Or do you want to keep going on this?
Believe it or not, folks, I have a lot of notes here. Shocking, right? This is what happens when you have a guy who goes, 6 hours talking about issues.
No. Look.
I'm looking for a big note. So
let me go back to what they were talking about, because I am unhappy about this. I think all the guys on the right side of this thing just virtue signaled the whole way through. And watch the next pieces they'll bring up. Let me just keep going. Watch the next pieces they bring up. It's a virtual signal.
Actually, give me.
You answered that question. Dave and Cenk both responded in that way about how exactly what the question and the superimposed upon that is that, do we agree that Israel at least either had a right or was justified in taking some action as a result of October?
And see, Dave didn't, as I said, didn't do a good job, because what happened is now this is how they make it, right? Batia was brilliant in saying, can we all agree that they had the right? And everyone said yes. And I wouldn't have. Dave was not as aggressive as he should have been. Can anyone expect a nation to react to an attack? Of course, any nation would. But it doesn't mean you have the right to invade. And I would say, as I said before, and I'm guilty of this. After 9/11, I supported our invasion of Iraq. I'm sorry, not Iraq, Afghanistan. And I was wrong. That did not work out for us. It was a terrible idea. We shouldn't have done it, but we did. And I think Israel should have learned from us. Moving into Gaza, whether you want to call it invasion or incursion, whatever you want to call it, occupation, you pick the word, I think was a terrible idea. This should have been a Mossad action to get the leaders who planned this thing. And I'd be very forward. And I'm controversial in this. I don't mind using Mossad to go into Iran. I don't mind Mossad to go into where they are in Qatar. I mean, some of the leaders are in Qatar right now.
I know.
Right? So go to Qatar. I don't care. Use the Mossad to do that. That, to me, is the appropriate response to October 7th.
No.
Not the destruction of Gaza. And that's my view. And no one here obviously agrees with me. But
that's fine.
I'm the oddball. I'm the oddball.
I respect and understand your reasoning. And you're trying to minimize, I should say, the negative impact, the negative consequences. And let's call them what they are. I think
the consequence for Israel is bad here.
No,
I think
long term, no, it's not.
I think long term. This is my view, and we'll only know this in the years to come, because even Chuck Schumer said it. Even Prager says it. But I'm just saying, Chuck Schumer supports Israel like nobody else. That's why I'm bringing him up. Not because I like him.
He supports anything that's going to get him reelected.
No, he does not. He supports Israel like there's no tomorrow. That's why I'm bringing him up. Not that I'm clearly not a Chuck Schumer fan. I'm just saying I'm using him because of who he is. And even Prager says it. They both say the same thing. They're calling us saying Israel right now is a pariah state. And they're right. That is not good for a nation.
Yeah, it's temporary.
I think in the long run, it's going to hurt.
That's temporary. They've been pariahs before. They'll be pariahs again in the future. They don't care, because the ultimate goal is to make sure that they are going to continue to exist. By the way, folks, he's 13. He's got some, he gets a little, when I get upset or I'm talking, he gets a little nervous. So.
Oh, I'm getting you all riled up. I'm sorry.
No,
all right, yeah, there we
not
go.
Really.
Okay.
It's just he reacts. He notices. So anyway.
All right. Here we go.
So my question, I think, to both of you, and both of you can feel free to chime in after both of them has responded, is if we look at the original statements for the war and for the invasion, is that the Israeli military was supposed to accomplish a few objectives. Number one, they had to destroy Hamas, the militant terrorist organization. Two, they had to lead to the release of the hostages. And three, they had to make sure that an October 7th could never happen again. So in the conduct of the war so far, do you believe that they have been successful with those objectives? Dennis, why don't you go ahead and go first?
None of us knows yet. Israel is being prevented by much of the world, and
prevented.
Yeah.
Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah.
See, this is my point about Prager. Everything is Israel's the victim no matter what. It's Israel special no matter what. And I'm saying, look, if you attack me, I get it. I understand an attack. I do. But he's saying Israel being prevented by who? We still throw money at him. No one's prevented. He made that up. No one's preventing Israel from doing anything. That's just not true.
No, because we are seeing pressure on Israel from NATO, from the UN, from the United States, from the Democratic left wing and progressive wings of the party, like Shank, and all the influence that they can bring across the world, like at Harvard, like at most of the colleges across America, which is an entire generation.
They still bombed Iran.
They had to.
But my point is, if they're being
okay,
but no. His point is it's being stopped. Israel's not being stopped.
They are being stopped. They could have taken greater actions. They could have taken other actions. They could have done far more than what they have done. They are being limited. And this is the restrained reaction that we're seeing in this war for the last 6 months, 7 months now. This is the restraint. That's something a lot of people need to understand. This is the restraint.
This is restraint.
You recognize, let me make sure you understand. Maybe you don't. Oh, I think you do. That Israel had to attack. When Iran attacked them, they had to respond, because it wasn't about how much damage Iran did to Israel. They didn't care about that. That wasn't the reason why they did it. They did it so that they could say they had the biggest balls in the Middle East, that they are the leaders of the Middle East, and that everyone should follow them because they're willing to take on Israel, which means they're willing to take on America, because those two, we are synonymous with Israel.
You just told me like a half hour ago.
Yeah.
You said that Iran has been open and has said they've attacked us and they hate us. So they're already doing the "I got the big balls" part. They're doing that already.
No,
right?
they have never done this. They have never directly, as a nation, attacked Israel. Never.
Okay,
this is the first
Israel
time they
attacked
did
them
that.
first.
Huh?
When it direct country to country attack. Don't get me wrong. I completely understand that Iran has attacked us and Israel via proxies. I get that completely. I'm saying actual nation to nation. Israel struck first.
No.
Israel struck their embassy. Israel struck first.
There's a lot of dispute about that. And let's be very clear.
Dispute? What are you talking about?
No, there is dispute about that. I've been reading the
struck
international.
First.
I've been reading all of the international. There is dispute about whether that was and not that they struck. Was it an embassy? Was it another facility? And they're claiming after the fact that it was an embassy, that it was protected ground. There is an argument about that. That's the argument. Not that Israel killed a bunch of Iranians who were directly attached to the IRGC, which is the terrorist wing of the Iranian government. And
then Liberty says, consulate in Syria. What dispute? Please explain. I'm with him. Okay. That was literally a consulate. Because a consulate isn't an embassy. A consulate, and in addition to that, the fact that it was made a consulate before or after the attack, entirely different. Again, this is the argument. But Iran, even with it being a consulate, let's just assume that it is, they didn't need to have a nation-to-nation attack, because that wasn't an attack on the sovereign land of. Literally, it is. If you bomb an American not literally, embassy, technically it is. Yes. If you bomb an American embassy or an American consulate, you have attacked American land. Yes, and that's why we didn't go to war in Benghazi with Libya when the American consulate was destroyed, and we had an American ambassador was killed. First one in 50 years was killed, or no, it may have been a little bit less. And we had members of the U.S. military killed in Benghazi. We went to war, right? No. Did we attack Libya? No, because the consulate isn't an embassy. Libya is a broken state. Yes, Libya is trashed. Libya is a broken state. Kofi brings it up. Not because of us dropping the bomb on them. We weren't at war with Libya. We've never been at war with Libya. Well, in theory, we haven't been at war since 1943. But in reality, we were basically at war. No. Vietnam is a war. Korea is a war. We have been at war since World War II. Huh? We didn't declare war on any of those. Vietnam is considered a war. It is. It has been classified as a war. But we didn't declare war on any of those. Not at that time. It's been declared a war since, because it was a war. We just backed. Same thing with Korea. Right.
They are wars. They weren't declared at that moment, but they are.
We backdated them. All right.
We did.
I guess we backdate wars. Okay.
Here's the point. And I know some of the people in the comments are listening to this and they're going, oh my God, it's not as simple as the nightly news, 30 seconds or a headline on Twitter. And when people are trying to sum it up as that, they're doing a disservice to you. You should understand there is a lot to this. This is why it's so important we make the right decisions, or at least what we believe is the right decision at any given time, that we try and make the most correct decision that we can, because it has a lot of consequences.
Yes, but this is the problem that we're having, right? The part that makes me angry about the people on the right side of this is they're doing exactly what Dave said they should not do, which is they're making everything black and white. Let's keep going. I'll show you what I mean by it. He just makes everything black and white.
I feel that on this entire issue, I'm living in a make-believe world.
This is what he does constantly, by the way. Dismisses, gaslights, right? Shames people. He does it constantly. He has no facts at all.
You know what?
Every analogy could have been applied to Nazi Germany. Right, there were innocent Germans who were killed by the Allies in the bombing and in invasions and so on. No one denies that. Correct. But to point out that there were innocent Germans while the Nazis were in charge is a morally idiotic point.
He is insanely stupid by saying that he's not. He's 100% wrong.
Why?
He's so insanely wrong.
Why?
Right. FDR made a lot of mistakes in his presidency. And the biggest one during World War II was, there were many of them, but the biggest one during World War II was unconditional surrender. The same way this knucklehead thinks. All the Nazis are bad, Germans must destroy Nazism, so unconditional surrender. When you said that, what did his generals tell him? His generals said, don't do that. If you do that, the Germans and the Japanese will fight to the death.
Well, no, the Japanese, first of all, they're very different. Very different ideologies, very different reasons, and very different.
His generals told him, if you do that, they will fight to the death. And he said, doesn't matter. He didn't care.
Wait a minute. First of all, take out the entire Pacific battle, take out the Japanese, entirely different. That was because they looked at their emperor as a god, essentially. It was basically religious. And it was one of the reasons why we didn't invade the island of Japan and use the nukes instead, because they were going to fight. It didn't matter what we do.
Not true.
They were going to fight to the death. So
yes, because we said unconditional surrender.
It's because we would have to defeat the emperor to defeat them. The emperor would never say no.
We're talking about Nazis. You're deflecting. So let's stay with the Nazis.
No, I'm trying to throw out. You brought in World War II and you brought in Japan. I'm saying take them out.
I didn't bring in Japan. I brought in unconditional surrender.
And you brought in Japan in that. And that's not.
I didn't do that. I said as it relates to Nazis.
Okay, well,
I'm speaking
as
it relates to Nazis. That's what he said. He said innocent Germans. So I am bringing this as it relates to Nazis and Germans. That's how I'm doing it. Now, in 1943, the German High Command knew the war was over. They were aware the war was over. They were never going to win. There's tons of data to prove this to be true. Documentation, interviews. They knew the war was over in 43. They were like, we can't win this thing. We're done. The Americans have invaded Africa. The Americans have invaded Italy. The Russians are beating us on the Russian front. It's just a matter of time before they invade France. War's over. They knew this, but they wouldn't surrender. Why? Unconditional surrender. That was the reason. If we would have done, and again, there's books on this. I'm not making this up. Do you help me find this out? The High Command wanted to surrender. They were prepared. In fact, people don't know this. The High Command tried to kill Hitler 44 times. It was a movie about it. Valkyrie was a movie with
Operation Valkyrie.
Tom Cruise was in that. But that was one of 44 attempts the Germans to kill Hitler, so they could surrender. They knew the war was over.
It was the most successful.
So all of those innocent Germans weren't the only ones that were killed in the last year of the war. The war could have ended in 44. All the Jews that were slaughtered in the last year of the war wouldn't be dead. All the Russians who died, or the Germans who died. No D-Day or the Italians who died.
I understand.
Die.
I understand the quarterbacking, and I understand the point.
It wasn't quarterbacking. His generals told him then.
That was their belief.
Generals told him then.
That was their belief. But the same generals, could have. They had 44 attacks on Hitler. They could have had 45. They could have taken him out earlier because the writing was on the wall. They could have.
This is why they couldn't. Let me explain. This is why they realistically couldn't. Here's why. They couldn't get enough other people on their side because what they believed was if they surrendered, there would be no Germany. That's what they believed. That there would be no Germany. And again, that backs this up. And I would ask you, Mike, if it were me and you, and we were fighting in America right now, and you and I were fighting in this city to hold this city, and we believed that if we surrendered, there'd be no America. You and I know neither one of us would surrender.
Of course.
We know we wouldn't.
Of course.
Right? Of course we wouldn't. No way. And this is my point. Innocent people, people who aren't fighting, you have to allow them to have the opportunity to surrender.
No, not necessarily. Look, no, sometimes there are certain ideologies that you have to eliminate if you can. There are, and you should.
You cannot eliminate ideologies. There's still Nazis, lots of them.
There are, and we almost got rid of them, and almost got rid of ISIS. We almost got rid of Al Qaeda. I wish we had gone a little further so we could. And I know people will say, well, that's harsh, that's mean, but it's real.
What happens is when you attack ISIS and blow them up, and you blow up all the innocent people, you make more ISIS.
Sometimes. No, not always. No, not every time.
Every single time.
No, that's not realistic.
But then they change the name to Al Qaeda, or they change the name to ISIL, or they change the name to something else.
No, that really isn't how that works.
How we actually here's the example. Yes, in the history of it, when we stopped fighting
as an example,
they stopped.
As an example, the PPK exists right now. The PPK has existed for 15, 20 years now, 2 decades thereabouts. We've known about them for a long time. The PPK, some people call them a terrorist, some people don't. If you ask the Turks, they probably say they're terrorists. If you ask the Kurds, they'd say they're absolutely not. Okay. If we see ISIS and Al Qaeda die down, the next group that would be the thing is the PPK. Now, most people don't even know who that is. Most people don't even know these guys exist.
But here's the point I'm bringing. The more we screw the Kurds over, which we did, the more we fight in Syria, which we are still doing stupidly, the more we create them. If you want the Kurds, and this is, again, I'm going to give you fantasy again, because I know it's not going to happen, but I got to give my fantasy again. If we were to magically have the Turks agree to Kurdistan, now you and I know that's never going to happen, but again, my fantasy world.
Right.
If you were magically to allow the Turks and the Syrians and the Iraqis to agree to a Kurdistan that make the Kurds happy, the PPK would basically go away in about 10, 20 years. Gone. That'd be the end of them. They go away. How do I know that?
No.
Sinn Féin in the IRA, Nazis in Germany, fascists in Italy.
No, that's not the reason why the PKK exists.
When we give them their own land and we give them their own things and we leave them alone and show kindness, they stop.
No, that's not why everyone is fighting. The reason why you have Hezbollah, the reason why you have the Houthis isn't because they want to have an independent land. Not everyone is fighting for that reason. Not everyone is like the IRA. And even the IRA isn't like that. They
literally are.
Sadly, it's somewhat what you're stating is somewhat of an oversimplification. And I wish the world could be simplified in such a manner from the complicated geopolitical mess that it is. Let me say it.
We're just making things worse. We're not making things better.
When we have strong presence, we do not make it worse. Literally, it is absolutely true that when the United States has a strong leader and that leads to a unified America in terms of our will and our purpose, the world improves, the world becomes more stabilized, and the world becomes more peaceful. Not peaceful, not stable, but more peaceful and more stable. That has always, since World War I, been historically correct.
It means nothing.
Strong leader.
It only means that every innocent.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Strong leader, purposeful America. You see a more stable, more peaceful world every single time. We have weak leaders who have no real purpose, have no real objective, no goal. Diversified America, weak America, the world goes ballistic every single time. That is as simplistic as we can make it. And we are in the realm.
Wait, hold on. When was this great time of this?
Huh?
When was this great time of this?
What do you mean?
You said when this happens. Can you give me a timeline of when this great thing of world peace has happened or something? Can you give me a time?
Better?
I can't think of
No,
one.
I didn't say world peace. I said more peace, more stability.
Okay, so what's the more peacetime for you?
Well, my lifetime, let's see, our lifetime, there's Reagan, there's Bush, Reagan, Bush 1, Bush 2, Trump. Yeah. Even you could even put in the first term of Clinton.
Reagan is when we had Beirut. 200 and some odd Marines dead.
Yes.
That's Reagan. Grenada.
Yes.
That's Reagan. Grenada.
Yes.
Afghanistan, the Russians were fighting Afghanistan during Reagan.
Yes.
And then we also had the rise after Reagan, but during Reagan's time, of Iran and Hezbollah, all those places that are popping up.
No, Iran was before Hezbollah, and
yes, but it all started happening. Was all happening during that time.
No, that was actually happening after.
When we had peace in Israel was actually under Carter and Clinton.
No,
that was yes.
No,
Carter, yes. Carter,
Clinton,
and Clinton.
No, not Clinton.
Clinton had the Oslo Accords. What are you talking about?
No, they were still fighting. And again, but let me be very clear. I didn't say
you just don't like Democrats.
No.
You just don't like Democrats.
No, I don't like them because they're not effective.
Yeah,
but more importantly,
yes.
You're also taking me out of context. I didn't say the world was at peace. I didn't say that the world was stable.
Hold on.
I said
during the
more
first
peaceful,
Bush,
more
we
stable.
had.
Do you see the world now as an example of what I'm talking about, where we are seeing consistently realistic claims of World War III, and it's not, but what they mean is 3 regional wars. We are seeing.
Hold on, no. You're jumping off. I'm standing on one thing you said.
I understand, and I'm trying to clarify my point. No,
Bush 2, we had Iraq and Afghanistan.
Let me clarify my point, because what I'm talking about is conflagrations, intense regional conflicts that have increased and had more geopolitical impact under weak presidents as opposed to strong presidents. We see more of these flare-ups. It's not to say that there is no war. There's only been 1 year in the last, I believe, 80 years, or since World War I, since World War II. I think there has been 1 year. It was 1987, which was the only year since World War II where there wasn't a major war in the world. Only 1 year in like 80 years. So I'm not talking about peace. I'm talking about relatively across the world, a lower level of war, lower levels of conflict. Not that they didn't exist, but they weren't as wide-ranging, as impactful geopolitically, not as many people dying. Yeah, you see that under stronger presidents than under weaker presidents. And while there are events that happen that are significant, even under strong presidents, you don't see the consequences of that as much as when you see it under weak presidents. Like,
here's what I would say.
Obama and Syria and its civil war.
Biden is clearly a weak president. No argument from me.
Yeah.
Biden is clearly a weak president. No argument from me. No argument, right? Yes.
Right.
But there were lots of presidents, and I can't think of any of them, Republican or Democrat, that made any realistic bit of peace. Republican and Democrat. Republicans, Bush Jr., there was more war and death under him than I can freaking imagine. Obama doubled down on all his garbage, and I don't think did Obama start a new war? He started a new bombing, not a new war. I'll give Trump. Trump didn't start new wars. I'll give him that. No new wars. I'll give him that. But so that's about it. I don't know. I feel like I
understand how people feel about that, and they feel like, well, that should be a different answer. That's not what we see. That's not historically correct. And it's as much as people think it's different, it isn't. But
let's do some more of this. Let's do some more of this. A little bit more.
Okay. German's life that was taken is the responsibility of the Nazis. Every innocent Palestinian life that has been taken is the responsibility of Hamas or Hezbollah.
Absolute fucking garbage.
It's true.
So now if all of a sudden Israel decides we're going to nuke Gaza, that's because it's because of Hamas. Absolute garbage. No, you still have responsibility for your actions.
I'm not saying they're not.
He didn't say that. He said, and this is what I'm saying. I'm talking about him, not you. This guy is full of shit. Prager's full of shit. No. He just says, look, we can do whatever we want now because basically Nazis and Hamas are the same. So now we can nuke people. That's what
he didn't say that. No, he's not saying that. And that's taking him outside the context of what he did say and what he does mean. It is correct to say that Hamas is and Iran are responsible for the consequences of everything that's happened from October 7th. They caused this to happen. No one was barn stomping across Gaza until they did what they did in October 7th. That is a fact. And it is a consequence, and it is the responsibility of Hamas for what is happening now, because it wouldn't happen without this happening. So he is correct in that. Now,
so if someone shoves me on the street, hold on, if someone shoves me on the street and I kill them, that's their fault.
So what?
If someone shoves me on the street and I kill them, that's my fault.
Are you equating October 7th to someone being shoved?
Compared to the killing, yes.
No. You're making a moral inequivalence that is unacceptable.
Okay.
We are
somebody punches me
terroristic,
and I kill them.
We're talking about the terroristic murder of thousands of individuals and the horrific torture, consistent and continuous, unrepentant torture of hostages at this moment. Yes, they are responsible for the consequences of that. Hundreds of people being tortured unrepentantly. They still won't give us them back. So
I'm not saying you're wrong.
You can't tell me that isn't their responsibility.
I can tell you that it doesn't mean that you can just do whatever you want.
I didn't say no. No one has said.
That's what he is intimating.
He did not say. He did not say.
What he's intimating.
No one has said that gives Israel a free and clear hand, or the United States.
That's what he's intimating.
No one is saying that. No one has said that. There are limits. There are still war crimes. People are still being punished for committing war crimes. That isn't one.
You're defending him. I'm not saying you're wrong. You know this guy is what he's intimating.
No, that's not what Prager is saying. That isn't what Prager is saying. He is accurately putting the blame where it deserves to be, where the leftist propaganda machine, we're talking specifically the progressive propaganda machine, Cenk and the Young Turks, and places like Harvard are trying to divert it from. They're trying to justify Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. They're trying to justify. They're trying to find a way to normalize what happened on October.
I'm not backing them either. I'm not backing those people either. You know that. And look, this is my difference. What I'm saying is, are they responsible for a response? Yes, that is correct. They are responsible for a response. Are they responsible no matter what Israel decides to do? No, that is my distinction. And he didn't say that.
No, they are.
That's what he's intimating.
No, they are responsible for every domino that falls. Now, separate of that, and which is also contiguous with it, is the fact that Israel also has its own series of things that they are accountable for and should be held accountable for.
Good. Okay. I like that.
Not, no, but one doesn't eliminate the other. It isn't a comparison of 1,200 versus 40,000, which is
that's what Kofi says.
Kofi says, and automatically, first of all, Kofi, you're misinformed because your numbers are wrong. It isn't 40,000. The most common number that is, I'll say it again, we said it earlier in the show. The most common number that is quoted isn't 40,000, it's 33,000, which comes from Hamas itself. Hamas does not separate its soldiers from its civilians. When we do look at the separation, and by the way,
better, Mike.
Huh?
It's not much better.
No, but let's continue. In addition to the mistaken number, last week, Hamas themselves confirmed it wasn't 33,000, it's 22,000. We do know that Hamas has also confirmed that there's at least 6,000 of those that died are in fact the minimum number of Hamas soldiers that they have confirmed directly as being dead. So that means there's 15,000 civilians. And is that a large number? Kind of, sort of, yes. But it isn't 40,000. Again, stop conflating. So, but even so, even if it were 40,000, which it is not, it is factually not. But even if it were, it's not a comparison of 1,200 versus 40,000. It is an act of war, and these are consequences of war. That's the reality.
And my worry again goes to what he is saying, which he's trying to intimate that it is completely okay for Israel to do whatever it wants.
Okay. No, he's not saying it's
Go ahead. Well,
the analogy is perfect. There is one difference between Hamas and the Nazis. And I never called any group in my 40 years of radio Nazi. I never called an individual that other than the Nazis of the 1940s.
Yep.
But there is only one difference between Hamas and the real Nazis of Germany. The Germans hid their atrocities. Hamas boasts and videos them.
He's not entirely wrong. He's not entirely wrong.
He is insanely wrong.
No. I wouldn't call them Nazis.
Again, remember what he said. He said there's only one difference. That's what his words are. I'm looking at his words.
I understand.
There are a whole lot of differences between Nazis and Hamas.
Yes.
And
what he's talking about is the evil of the Nazi regime versus the evil of the Hamas terrorists. And
even with that, I'll even go there. Evil. Even with that, what Hamas is doing is clearly bad and wrong. You're not going to get me to defend Hamas. I'm not defending Hamas. I never have.
I don't take it as you are, of course. Right.
What I'm saying is what Hamas did was move into what they believed was their land or had been taught that's their land and wanted to push out people who they believe are oppressing them and wanted to kill them. Terrible thing. Got it. Not saying that. And they killed civilians, purposely targeted civilians. All that you said, I'm agreeing with. Nazis also went into areas they thought was their land. Also true. They believed that the East area was their land.
Yeah.
Went there, right? Absolutely. But the difference is they went into other areas that wasn't their land and grabbed Jews and brought them to places to systemically destroy them. They wouldn't even let Jews leave. They went out of their way to grab people in other countries. In fact, countries they didn't even control. They ordered the Italians and the Romanians, who they did not occupy. They ordered them until the end of the war. They ordered them to ship their Jews to them so they could kill them. Hamas isn't doing that. There is a level of evil that the Nazis have that is higher than the level of evil. Still evil, right? I'm not taking them off the evilometer.
I understand.
But on the evilometer, the Nazis are higher.
Okay. See, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Because this is an emotional argument. Remember, we were talking about much earlier, we were talking about the use of emotional arguments versus anything that's logical. And I was upset with Shank doing that. And this is where I'm upset with Prager doing it because of this very same discussion.
Correct.
Do I equate them in terms of being evil and committing evil Do I think terrorists are the same as the Nazis? Yes. I don't see a moral difference between them. They are evil, and they are evil incarnate in my mind. Blowing up, suicide bomb, killing children, killing innocent civilians, mothers and babies, I think is absolutely abject evil.
I can't believe you can equate them with Nazis.
Huh? But whenever we see Nazis that is the evil of Nazis, and Nazis do other evils as well. The problem is when we bring in Nazis, now everyone's going to say, and
we watered down. Let's not do that.
Yeah, yes, I understand. And again, I said, I don't agree with Prager doing that.
Okay.
They are the ultimate demon that everyone points to. It's like saying there's Satan, the devil himself. No one is ever going to be evil enough to be equivalent.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean they are not absolutely evil in what they did.
And I'm attacking his debating. His debating is doing this same shit every time. He hasn't given you one fact.
He's doing what Cenk is doing. He's doing the same thing.
I'm not saying that. You think I'm supporting Cenk? I'm not supporting Cenk.
No, but I'm just pointing that out.
What he's doing is he hasn't given one fact. He's just given poor us, we're special, no one's like us, everybody's Nazis. That's his entire argument. It's garbage.
No, that's not his
argument is garbage.
That's not quite his argument, but I understand why you would sum it that way. That's not quite it. But he has a
keep going.
I think that they have, I would say, destroying Hamas, definitely. They're not going to get every single one, but the idea that Yahya Sinwar will ever breathe open air again seems to me very far-fetched. I think they have...
See, she's trying to be more logical. She's trying to have an actual argument here.
She's more like
doing any of that.
She's more like me.
She's trying to.
Driven him underground forever. And, they've cut off the head. And the idea that Hamas will be able to regroup at this point seems to me very unlikely. The release of the hostages... No, they failed on that front. I think they tried. Maybe they could have tried harder. I think, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but I think a lot of them are dead.
They are.
It's a lot to say about that, but
she's trying to have an actual conversation.
And as to another October 7th, I think a lot of that has to do with what we're seeing now in terms of the realignment happening in the Middle East, to where you see Saudi Arabia clinging to the idea that they too will be able to join the Abraham Accords at some point. The moderate Sunni and Gulf states rushed to Israel's defense, amazingly, to protect them from these Iranian rockets. And to me, that is, I don't think this is a moral question so much as a strategic one. And I'm sure we're going to get into where does the United States fit into all this? Where do we want the United States to fit into all this? But from that point of view, and Iran-backed October 7th, should it happen again, is going to happen in a very different Middle East, one in which Israel has a lot of support from the Arab nations, and that makes it less likely as well.
I'm worried she may be wrong on that one. I don't know if that's true, but I am worried. I am scared that the street, right? This is my worry, that the street will affect the leaders, right? And to your point earlier about Iran having cash and putting it into the streets of the Arab world, if Iran is good, and I don't know the details of this before, I'm telling you a fear I have. I don't have logic to back this up. This is just an emotion and fear that I have. If Iran is good at putting their dollars into the streets of the Arab world, the streets may affect the leaders and they may turn in Israel. Am I making sense?
You do make sense. They are attempting to do that. I mean, that's why they have groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. In fact, there's another one that just, this is in Iraq. It's called the Popular Mobilization Forces, or the PMF, which is actually a coalition of several of these kind of groups. This is what Iran puts their money into. This is what they spend.
This is what I'm saying. She might be wrong, man. They might win this.
I don't think she is. I don't think she is wrong, because there is always the downtrodden, the worst of the worst off.
Of course.
This is why these groups are almost impossible to get rid of, because there will be another version of them. We essentially got rid of Al Qaeda, and then ISIS came. And 100%. We get rid of ISIS, there'll be another one, because there's always a downtrodden. There's always someone saying, oh, you suffered because of this guy. I mean, in America, it's Antifa doing the same damn thing.
Whatever, 100%.
And that's in every country. You'll never get rid of that. What we need to concern ourselves with is the governments. How are the governments reacting and how the governments are looking at this geopolitically? You can't ever remove all terrorism or all terrorist groups. You can control governments. You can, if we can control the spigot that Iran is using to fund all of this, then we can help to control and limit the influence of these smaller terrorist puppets of theirs.
Yeah, but hold on. What happens when the king of Jordan starts getting scared he might get overthrown because the Iranians are throwing cash into his country, into the streets, and he gets worried, and he all of a sudden becomes neutral on Israel and no longer the ally? That's the thing I'm talking about, right?
Right.
Syria will go against Israel completely because they're under the thumb of Iran. So Syria will immediately turn. We know this.
Yeah.
But Jordan may not. What happens if Saudi Arabia gets scared that their kingdom might be in trouble? All of a sudden becomes, you know what? We were kidding about these Abraham Accords. We're going to become neutral again.
Okay.
What if that winds up happening?
Well, it already has happened. We've already seen that. We've already seen the result of that. And Saudi Arabia basically just went quiet.
Yep.
That's their answers. They went quiet. They're waiting to let everything settle out, and then they'll make their decision, which is good. Because what we should be saying, and this is something that people can see, I've said this publicly on my shows at the very beginning in October. On October 8th, I think I said this. We need to see a strong United States. We need Antony Blinken, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State. We need a strong president to talk to Saudi Arabia and say, no, stick with Israel, stand up against Iran. We need you to be a voice against Iran. This is how we prevent Iran from getting bigger and worse.
So what happens if Biden wins the election this year?
Oh, God help us. The world's we will see.
See, she could be right, man. You think she's not wrong? She could be right.
I have predicted, and this is based on weak presidents. If we have weak presidents in 2028, there will be 3 simultaneous regional wars in the world. You're going to look at Europe, which is Russia. You're going to be looking at the Middle East, dominated by Iran. You're looking at China and Southeast Asia. That is what's going to happen. If we have a weak president, if we have a weak Congress, if we back away from our influence internationally, that is a fact. If Biden wins again, amplify that. Instead of 2028, move that forward to 2026 at the latest. Because
let's keep going. Let's see what the other guys have to say.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, I'm just kind of I'm blown away by the statement that Mr. Prager just made, that the only difference he can see between the Nazis and Hamas is that the Nazis hid their atrocities. So if that's the only difference you can see, I have a few others that pop to mind. The Nazis were a government. The Nazis had an army. The Nazis had an air force. The Nazis had submarines. The Nazis controlled.
I didn't even go to that. I went to the Nazi policies that were worse.
Yeah,
he went to the physical stuff.
No dispute that he's misusing that common call out.
All right.
From France to Poland in all of Europe, whereas Hamas can't even control Gaza effectively. I mean, I find the statement that you can't see any differences between the Nazis killed.
Do you see a moral difference?
Well, okay, but hold on. But you said that wasn't what you said. What you said is that you can't see a difference. The Nazis, yes, I see a moral difference. The Nazis killed over 10 million people outside of the war conflict, just in terms of people that they killed, let alone the tens of millions of people who you might hold them responsible for. So yes, I do see a moral difference between the two. I'm not saying October 7th was horrifically immoral, but if you're...
Again, I want to make sure that I want to be clear when I'm saying that too. They're all on the evil scale, right?
Yeah,
it's just Nazi Germany's at the top. That's all.
But I don't think, but to be fair, I don't think Dennis Prager, I don't think a lot of people around the world are looking at that kind of evil as a scale. Once you get into that territory, and I would say for any terrorist organization, once you get into the actions of terrorists, there is stop the scale. They're all in the vilest of evil types.
No, see?
If you believe in so any group that supports and advocates for suicide bombs, blowing up innocent civilians and children, murder of children, you know what? You're all evil scum of the earth. And I don't really see a differentiation between that and any other evil, vile scum of the earth. I'm sorry, they're just scum of the earth. Full stop.
All right.
Do you see a moral difference? That would be like if somebody had murdered 2 people and you went, I see no difference between that and the Nazis. Okay, yes,
that's also
moral. There's enormous differences between the two.
That's
now,
to
the other point of the idea of can Israel eliminate Hamas, even if they were, which I don't think is feasibly possible, that they eliminated everybody who is a member of Hamas. I mean, in order to do this, you would have to look at, if the images of Gaza City aren't enough, you would have to look at images 5 times over of that.
True.
And this is going to result in just slaughtering innocent people, not to mention the excess mortality where hundreds of thousands of people are going to die as a result of this in the future. But even then, you would just be dealing with another Hamas-like group. Because if you don't understand what creates this problem to begin with, look, this is the problem. This happens all throughout history, all throughout the world. If you want, there's a reason why the Nazis only rose. First, it was after we imposed Versailles. But then, as you know, it was after the Great Depression when there was hyperinflation. When things go terrible, that's when the worst, most violent extremist groups rise. And that's what the future is going to be, unfortunately.
And that's the problem I'm talking about when we're talking about this, about what's happening in the Middle East. Iran is trying to feed this impression of the Weimar Republic into the most disadvantaged people. But that's why you need the governments to fight against that in their own countries, which America can help to influence. We can help to get that messaging out and to encourage countries to put that messaging in their own countries. And that's where we can be beneficial in that. But I think just to, again, most of this argument keeps missing one of the key points because everyone is afraid of in this whole conversation we're talking about. This isn't going to be World War III. This isn't going to have Iran is not going to join the side of Russia or China, and then it's nuclear bombs flying all over the place. And that fear isn't going to happen. It's not going to be. It probably.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the issue, right? I think the issue here is severalfold. From a American side point of view, it's why are we spending all this money over there, right? That's what most Americans are concerned about. Most Americans say, I want to, if you got money to give $4 billion to this country and $8 billion to that country and $3 billion to that country, why can't you pay for my student loan, right? That's the issue we're dealing with here. If you got money to give this, why can't you pay my rent? Blah, 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 right? That's the issue we're dealing with here. And second piece is, it isn't a fear of World War III. It is a fear of Americans physically having to show up there. And we had a couple Americans die in Syria, right? Did we have a couple Americans die in Syria?
No, it was in Jordan, and we had lost.
In Jordan. There we go. Yes. So the worry now becomes, now they've killed Americans. So now we got to send Americans here, and it's Vietnam all over again.
Yeah, but
that is the worry Americans have, not World War III.
But it is World War III because they're talking about the escalation, and it's going to escalate, and it already did escalate. It's already been escalating. It started escalating 6 months ago, and this is a 7-month-old conflict. Let's be honest about that. So they're trying to minimize it because they want to fortify the 2024 election, make Biden look good and strong, and keep him in office, which is the worst thing that could possibly happen. It has expanded. It is getting bigger. Americans are being affected, and we do have a direct reason to be involved because they brought us, again, I mentioned this about an hour ago, we are directly involved. They have our hostages. They have Americans that are hostage. They killed Americans. They brought us into this. They're asking us for money. We're giving them humanitarian aid. We're building them a port. We are directly involved in this. We have been since the very beginning. So we can't. And it is our ally, our only ally in the Middle East, the only one we can truly trust. We are in this. So we need to accept that and take actions accordingly understanding
the
the consequences.
2 because I just told you right here, Christine. My issue is paying 40% in taxes and then sending my hard-earned wages out of the country. Number one, as I mentioned. Number two, Patty says, I do not want my child going and fighting for another country's freedom and killing other people's children. Yes, that's exactly what they're worried about.
And let me answer both of those. One, I agree with reducing, if not eliminating, the majority of spending that we do around the world. There's no reason why we should be giving Pakistan $200 million to try and convince them to be California. I think that's an absolute waste of money. It's stupid. Californians don't want to be California, and neither does Pakistan. Why are we wasting money on that? Because we're buying off politicians. Let's be honest. Let's cut the corruption, shrink the size of the government. We don't need to do that. And I would say in most countries, that is correct. But our allies, especially when they are in danger, do need some help. And if we're taking the money from places that we don't need to waste our money with, like Egypt, like Ethiopia, like Pakistan, there's a whole list of them. Most of the world, countries around the world, if we don't spend the money on that, you wouldn't notice. We'd reduce more money than we're actually giving to Israel.
And what about what Patty's saying? The fear of her, she says it.
I know.
Right? What about that? I'm scared that I'm going to send my daughter to go get killed. She don't want to send her kids get killed.
And I'm getting to that. And it's the combination of, one, the money that we must spend, and we do have to defend. Again, we've already lost Americans. Then it is, if we do not take the appropriate actions, which may involve and will involve more American troops, we will have greater deaths, not less. Not being involved.
Let me give you the best example I can give you to say that I think you're wrong on this.
Okay.
And I'll put your own guy against you.
Sure.
Reagan in the 80s. We lose 50 some odd Marines in Beirut, two something. He packs up and walks away. 260, there we go. He packs up and he walks away. That's Reagan. Yeah. He figured this shit out.
I thought he was wrong.
Packed up, walked away.
Wrong response. I absolutely, vehemently think that was the wrong response and wrong reaction. And I think it had a long chain of negative consequences because we didn't step in more strongly and take a better response. Absolutely. I think he's wrong. I thought he was wrong then. I think he's wrong now.
I thought it was one of his best moves he did. He recognized that we didn't need to be there. He packed up and he walked away.
No, because that didn't help anyone by walking away. It made some people in America feel good now, and then the consequences of that, which were a further destabilization of the Middle East, which has negatively impacted the United States and citizens around the world. It isn't as simple as we walk away and everything
opposite
stops.
Then. Let me use your boy again. Opposite. Iran, Iraq. We get involved on both sides. We're throwing money at both sides. We're getting money on both sides. We're involved. Nothing but bad.
I don't want to fund both sides. I don't want to fund no money. I've said this before. I'll say it again. No money to Hamas. None. One, they're a terrorist, so it's illegal for us to give them money.
No, this was 80s. Was there Hamas yet? Maybe. I don't know if there was. 1980?
Was
there Hamas yet? Maybe.
Then. It was the PLA then.
But we're talking fighting in the Iran-Iraq war. We're throwing money on both sides.
Yeah, and we shouldn't have thrown money on either of them. No.
That's my point.
I'd leave one, if anything, if I had to pick between Iran and Iraq, and you're talking about Saddam Hussein versus the Ayatollah, I'm going to go with Saddam Hussein. Absolutely. Fund him.
We did.
Screw. Yeah, but we also gave money to Iran because of this mistaken idea. And I think this was the end of the Bush, beginning of the Clinton era, when we saw that we were giving money to Iran to have negotiations and to start relations with them again, because somehow the Clinton administration didn't believe that the Ayatollah meant kill all Americans when he said for decades, kill all Americans. He's an idiot.
All right. John says this. He says foreign aid is taking money from poor people in a rich country and giving it to rich people in a poor country.
Not entirely wrong, but Slightly.
Okay. All right.
Not
All right.
entirely.
Let's try to finish this up a bit. Come on.
Something really staggering has happened in Gaza since October 7th, which is there have been protests against Hamas. For the first time there were protests actually recently in 2019, but they were quashed by Hamas in a very aggressive, violent way. But the people of Gaza, the innocent people of Gaza, yes, who you mentioned, are speaking out against Hamas because Hamas is stealing their food and their aid. And they are seeing, I mean, they've known all along the role Hamas.
Her arguments are far better than his. Prager's arguments are garbage. Her arguments are far better.
Well, basically, they did a great job of matching up emotion in fact with emotion in fact. Dave and I keep forgetting her name. They keep on having great conversations. They're more factually based, although she's probably the most factually based person in the entire debate. And you've got Shank and you've got Dennis Prager. They're both going against emotions and morality constantly, which is pissing me off about both of them. And so Dave and her, they're kind of matched up. So it's kind of evenly weighted on left side and right side, quite honestly. If we're talking about facts, a little bit more on the right than on the left.
But the fact that Hamas has lost support in Gaza since October 7th, while gaining support massively in the West Bank, right? I mean, which speaks to how different the Palestinian populations are in the different areas. I just don't buy it that Israel is creating more and more Hamases and Hamases and Hamases. I think that there's evidence that actually the opposite is happening, that the people of Gaza.
There is no way Israel right now has friends in Gaza right now. That's not a thing. Now they may be anti-Hamas. That's possible, and it may be the people who were already anti-Hamas who now feel comfortable saying something. Could be that too. We don't know. There either could be more people anti-Hamas, or the people who were anti-Hamas now feel comfortable saying something. We don't know, but it doesn't make them pro-Israel. It just makes them anti-Hamas.
We have to get out of this cycle.
Wait. So Iran is the biggest. Where is Hamas coming from? What's the biggest momentum up until the moment of the war? That's Iran. They were the ones creating the new funding and fueling.
They're writing the checks, of course.
And now, since the war, it's like any war. The opposition is always going to get some more support, always, because you're fighting a war. And it's only after the war and after things settle down and after you start to rebuild the infrastructure, have life return to some level of normalcy, that's only time where you're going to see that. So, yes, of course, it's true that, yes, during the war, the people they're fighting against are going to have more people they're fighting against. Of course they are. That happens in every country every time there's a war. That's unfair.
I'm with you.
That's insane, by the way.
We'll get to,
I hate to put it this way, but I mean it sincerely, so I will. You are on record now, because the internet has a permanent memory.
I'm aware.
Of saying that there's no comparison morally between Hamas and the Nazis.
No. That's not what he said.
No, that is
not what Dave said.
Yeah,
that's him strawmanning again, gaslighting, being dismissive. That's all Prager does. Yep.
No, you changed.
Yes, he's on the record.
For the record, you changed. You changed what I said a little bit. But
no.
Yeah.
Wait. So
no, I didn't say that.
Wait. All right, you don't. So you think morally they are similar? Yes or no?
I did. See, that's what he does. He said, Prager said before, there's no difference. Now we use the word, they are similar. He changed his word to try to screw Dave, and then to get rid of nuance. He wants no nuance. Batya is talking nuance. He wants none. He goes, yes and no. Trying to destroy nuance.
It is not unfair for Prager in this conversation. And again, Dave Smith can also ask the same thing back of Prager on his lack of clarity. It is not wrong in a debate to say, define your position, define your statement, what you've made. There's nothing wrong with that. He's fine to ask that. He was wrong to mischaracterize what Dave said.
Yes.
And I think he went too far, but it is not unfair to say, I recognize I went too far. What is, for clarity, what is exactly where you stand? Let's get that on the record.
But he didn't say that. He said yes or no.
Well,
See, he's trying to make no nuance. This is what Prager does. This is how he debates. He debates pushing you into moral yes or no. He's always morally right. You're always morally wrong. This is how Prager does it.
I don't know.
I haven't seen one fact come out of his mouth yet.
Okay. No, he hasn't put out facts, but you know what? It is a common tactic in debates. Everyone tries to do that if they can, to some extent, in a debate. I'm not going to fault him for debate techniques that he's good at. I'm more concerned about the content of the debate itself. And again, I've said it before for both Dennis and Cenk, I don't like the emotional arguments which they focus on because they are flawed. And I'm not, I like to have facts and make conclusions from them as best as I can.
Okay.
You said I can't see anything different about that,
Yes,
except that the Nazis.
Everyone knows I was talking morally. Of course, Hamas does not control the same number of countries.
Mr. Prager, what's beautiful about the internet is what you just said. It is on record, so people can see what I said, and then they can see what you said.
That's right.
Go ahead, sir.
There is no moral difference between the Nazis and Hamas. Both want to exterminate Jews. That is what we're talking about, not whether or not the Hamas has taken.
See, that's what he falls back to.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with him.
But
again, as I said, I do not make a distinction when you are killing innocents, when you are killing women and children and civilians randomly. I don't care what your ideology is behind that.
But he does. Same group. If you had said that, see, that's different. If you were on the stage and you said instead, I don't care because they want to kill innocent people. I don't care if those people are Jews or not. I don't care if they're children and women. They're the same because they want to kill people. Yes, that'd be an accurate statement. No one will fight you. But he purposely says Jews because he wants to make it that if you fight him, you are anti-Semitic. There is no difference in what he's saying. No. Hold on, let me finish. There's no difference in what he's saying is if someone were to say, well, it's because black people. So anything you say now, you're racist. He's doing the same thing. He is basically one of those women on TikTok who's like fat acceptance and bases everything on racism. So if you say she's heavy, she calls you a racist or you're fat phobic or something. That's what he's doing for the right. This is why, see, what you said is not what he said. You said they're evil because they do X, Y, and Z. He says Jews, Jews, Jews. So you can't say anything anti-Semitic. That's what I'm saying. He's playing that game.
I don't, to an extent, yes, he's saying that. I don't agree as much as you say he is. Some of his statements can be taken that way. I understand that's where he's leaning. I don't think in this specific interchange that's what he's saying there. And I don't agree using that as a crutch. I don't accept it from anyone.
Yes.
Nor do I accept it from even Prager. I don't believe in that crutch. Evil is evil. What we're talking about and what people should take away from this is, because this argument doesn't work for the left, the progressives, or anyone else, the evil of terrorism, of Hamas, is evil, period.
I'm not fighting you.
Stop.
I'm not fighting you on that.
No justification. I know you're not, but there are many others that are watching this that might. And I just want to be very clear about my position on it. Okay.
Over Czechoslovakia. That's an irrelevant point to what I made. There is no moral distinction. Hamas would like to butcher every Jew in Israel, maybe in the world. I don't know.
Oh, see, at least he came clean on that. Maybe in the world. See, he knows what I told you earlier. Their charter was not clear, and they clarified it later.
It was clear, and then they made it, and then they played politics with it. It was clear. I read it.
He hates Hamas, and he agrees with me. Come on now.
What? That they were very clear. Their intent was very clearly stated, and then they played politics with it because they got better at the politics, which is why they changed it in 2017 when Obama was in office, when they could start leveraging better. I understand they learn how to be better at being terrorists and the different ways they can leverage their message. but they were always intent with the same evil because they're terrorists. I don't have a lot of compassion.
Certainly in Israel.
Right.
It's in their charter, and that's what they announced. They're proud of October 7th. They're proud of rape. They are proud of burning Jewish families. And the Nazis were proud, but the Nazis hid it, and Hamas boasts about it. That's the one difference.
Cenk, go ahead.
Again, that's the one difference. See, you make the point again. That's not the one difference. There's other differences also. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is Alice in Wonderland. It's if anybody watched this debate and they didn't know what was happening in the world, they would think, oh my God, I guess Hamas is this giant power and it's been abusing Israel this entire time. Poor little tiny Israel. And Hamas is this gigantic power crushing Israel. What are you guys talking about? Hamas has got pea shooters. They did terrible damage on October 7th. Now Israel's done 30
That doesn't make them justified. That does not justify what they did.
Though. I mean,
this is the one that really pisses me off, where he's over here. He's trying to find a justification for what Hamas has done. He is trying to make them seem like, oh, and this is the normal progressive ideology. The small guy, the little guy, the person without the power can never be wrong, can never be the bad guy. It always has to be someone else because that gives them their power because they are a small splinter fraction of the population, whether in the United States or in the world. He's looking to do this. This is selfish, but he knows he is wrong. It doesn't matter about the size.
How do you think he's wrong? Doesn't okay. I am not one to make everything about power dynamic. You know I'm not that.
I know.
But power dynamic does matter, right? This goes back to our earlier thing, like now fucking 3 hours ago. When we talk about the 3 Navy SEALs beating up the kid. Power dynamic does matter. We don't want to dismiss a power dynamic. It does matter, doesn't it?
Again, there's a lot of things that go with it. Again, in this case, this specific, and again, we're looking at a snapshot because that's how life happens. The now is always a snapshot. There's always more in the past. There's always more in the future. This snapshot, what we know at this moment in time, Hamas decided, using the example we used before, they're the big fat undisciplined kid, the no exercise kid who came up with a knife and stabbed one of the 3 Navy SEALs in the back without warning. That's the snapshot we're dealing with right now. That is what he is trying to justify and say,
yes,
but Hamas is small. And
I'm agreeing what he's doing. What I'm saying is I'm putting nuance into this. I'm saying there is also a power dynamic that is part of the game, right? Power dynamic does matter. If you just dismiss it, it's not fair. There is an issue of power dynamic in this. That's all I'm saying.
But I don't see, I have so many problems with that because it's always used as a justification. And it isn't, or a causation, which it isn't. That isn't the cause. That isn't the justification. It never is. Does it exist? Well, yeah. That's why Israel is beating the ass of Hamas right now, because there is a power dynamic. And this is why Hamas doesn't do it on a regular basis, because there is a power dynamic. And there's a reason why Iran has never tried to attack Israel before, because America is a power dynamic that's involved in that. It's a protection.
Yes,
it's a shield.
But also means that now with the power dynamic that you can do the wrong thing also, right? America can do the right thing because that's a power dynamic. It can also do the wrong thing for the power dynamic. For example,
what we do is the power dynamic isn't defined. The action is the action. The power dynamic, using your example, going with that theory, is it is an amplifier. It is a catalyst.
Yes, I would buy that.
It can magnify, but that has nothing to do with the actions itself. The actions, the intent are still purely whatever they would be.
All right. So no, but I disagree. Let me do that. Let's go back to our 3 Navy SEALs and the 18-year-old chubby kid, right? Let's do that. The 18-year-old chubby kid versus the 3 Navy SEAls. Let's say this is a vacuum in this case. Nothing has happened in the past. It's a vacuum. These 4 people meet in the street.
Yeah.
What if the Navy SEAL guy takes a knife and tries to stab the kid, right? The kid is lucky, just pure luck, grabs the knife, The guy falls and he kills him. He picks up other 2 Navy SEALs attack him. He winds up killing all 3 of the Navy SEAls by pure luck, right?
Okay.
Pure luck.
Yeah, that's an anime.
Kills 2, and 2 of them run off because they're scared. Whatever.
Right. It's an anime.
We as humans watching this, be like, good for him. That's what we would think. Good for him. That's in our anime world. We'd be good for him. But what if we reversed it? Now the kid, to your point, stabs Navy SEAL, right? And the 2 Navy SEAls beat him up. We'd be like, fine. But what if they grabbed the knife and stabbed him to death? We'd be like, holy shit, man! Why did you could have just beat his ass?
No.
Why did you stab him to death?
No.
People would go.
No, there's a consequence to what he did. No, if he died, he died.
My point is, socially, that's you're absolute. You know that's not true, Mike.
Sure, it is.
You know that you would have think that, but I'm talking about the average person watching our anime.
No, I think the average person,
anime,
the average person who's not gone to Harvard or certain higher levels of education in America, absolutely, which is the overwhelming majority. Only 11% of Americans go to college. So they're the only ones who are being infected by the indoctrination. The other 88%, roughly 88% of Americans would pretty much understand what I'm talking about and would agree with me. No, you do something stupid and you get the consequences of your stupidity in the same degree and magnitude of your stupid action in the first place. You try to attempt murder and you die, you got what you deserved. Whether you are successful or capable, doesn't matter. You made the attempt to murder. You knew what you were doing. You have a consequence coming to you.
So you're telling me, hold on, you're telling me that we're watching our anime that we just wrote, this anime. And in the anime, the reverse happens. The Navy SEAL who gets stabbed turns around. He's not dead, he's got stabbed, right? In this case, no one died, he's stabbed, right? So the first Navy SEAL punches the chubby kid. He falls on the ground. So he's on the ground now, right? He's on the ground. And instead of beating him or kicking him or calling the cops, none of that, we decide to stab him to death. And you think the average American goes, yeah, that's fine. No, they wouldn't. Because they would see a power dynamic. They would go, why? You didn't have to do that. That's
because
what the average
kid
American
tried to kill him. It is appropriate. I don't know what if the kid did that once, what's he going to do next? I am fighting for my life. He is not, you didn't say the kid's not knocked out. He's not disabled. He's down.
What if he was? What if you punched him, he went down, knocked out, you
now you've changed the scenario. It's a different scenario. If he continues to be a threat, take him out. No problem. I got no problem with that. Take him out.
All right.
It's his choice.
I'm wrong. Power dynamic
just
doesn't
because
matter.
The consequence, just because it's uncomfortable to see the consequence of the idiocy that's in display right now, just because we're seeing it and going, well, that's uncomfortable. That was really stupid. And we're blaming the people who got it.
Then let me do something that actually happens in the world. That actually happens in the streets of America every day. I'll give you another one. It happens in the world every day. Not our anime, our regular world. There's a young lady in high heels is having an argument with her boyfriend, who is a man who is twice her size physically in both weight and has like 6 or 8 inches in height. And he's a buff, strong man.
Normal day in America.
They're having an argument.
Normal day in the world. Okay.
Yes, normal day in the world. Normal day. They're having an argument in the street. The woman gets mad and slaps him across the face. Slaps him across the face. And it stings. She slaps to her might and it stings. He's not devastated, but it stings. It hurts. And he's publicly humiliated because it's in the street. So he's humiliated and it hurts.
Yes.
So he smashes her with a deck right to the face and smashes her nose and breaks her nose, scarring her literally for life.
Yes.
The average American would say, no, that's not good.
You're right.
Power dynamic.
That's because of
power dynamic.
No, that's because of culture. It's not the power dynamic. It's not. It is culture. Because of our culture here in the United States, and there are other nations that have similar Judeo-Christian beliefs that would also take it in the same way. At the same time, there are many countries around the world where they will not blink an eye. Why? Because culturally, they accept and recognize that if you want to be stupid, they call it FAFO. If you want to be that stupid, then you're going to get that stupid back. It is only because of our culture, and I agree with it. Mind you, I agree.
Thank you.
That it happens.
We are talking. That's what we're talking about. We are literally talking about.
That's only because of our American cultural view.
No,
it is not consistent around the world.
I'm telling you, there is no place. There is no place in Europe. There is no place in South America. There is no place in North America. There is no place in East Asia. If a guy who is twice the weight of a woman and she slaps him and
so
he
you are wrong
her nose and scars her, that everyone goes, well done. That was exactly right.
You are wrong.
Well done.
Looking at the Slavic nations, the former Yugoslavia, including Serbia and Serbia and even Ukraine, you're wrong there. You're wrong in most of Southeast Asia. We're talking about Thailand. We're talking about Korea. We're talking about the Philippines, Micronesia, Micronesia. There are a few of them. You are wrong because they do not have the same value system, the American value system. And that's also very similar to the European one.
I don't think you could be more jingoistic.
If you want to play, Christine says it right there in the comments. Play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. FAFO. In America, we try to balance that out to make ourselves feel good, but the answer is you want to be stupid, you get stupid. No.
Okay. I'm wrong. It's fine.
Patricia,
that is your side too.
I was going to say.
Okay, I guess we think the world was web. Look, I've been in the Philippines. I've lived there. I've lived in Japan. I've lived in Korea. I visited China. No of those places would they be like, that's okay. I've watched their media.
Have you seen and the women on the street run around? You've seen them smack the men? No, you don't. They don't do that. And I know.
I agree with you. Yes, and my point is, but if one did, if one was, say that the woman was drunk or she was on drugs or something.
Well, yeah, they would. Then they wouldn't have a problem with it either because they also look down on a woman who's drunk or on drugs, and they have a bigger problem on top of it.
Yes.
And I can tell you in the Slavic nations, having lived in Moscow and had many conversations with people over in Ukraine, in Moscow, in Russia proper, in Soviet Georgia, that woman would be knocked out and no one would blink an eye.
All right, then I'm wrong. Then power down doesn't matter. Fine. Okay. Okay. It's fine. We could just, you know what? Nuke Gaza. Totally fine.
And
Nuke Gaza.
Folks,
it's fine.
It's okay to agree or disagree with us on different points throughout this. It is a nuance. These are nuanced subjects.
Which is my anger with Prager.
Huh?
That's my anger with Prager. No nuance. But anyway, let's finish Cenk. Cenk's going to yell at us now some more.
Massacred civilians after civilians after civilians. Israel is Goliath. It is not David. It is the Germans in terms of military power. It is not the Jews. The Palestinians are the equivalent of the Jews during the Holocaust. No. They have been put into ghettos, and they have said, you have no freedom. You will serve us and serve us only. And right now they're saying, we're going to have permanent occupation. And wait, so were the Jews not supposed to fight back against the Germans? Do the Palestinians, hold on. Do the Palestinians not have a right to defend themselves? Does it only go one way, where Israel can crush? And how dare you lowly Palestinians fight back? How dare you? Now
look at Dave laughing, because Cenk is good. You cannot like Cenk, but you got to respect that game.
No, I respect the showmanship because that's what he's doing right now. This is a show. This is literally, he is using false equivalence and emotional manipulation to try and win people onto his side, to make you feel
it's what Prager does.
He's right. This is why he's one of the most successful progressives in America at this time.
Good point.
Because of his showmanship, his emotional manipulation, and his false equivalence. And he knows it, which is why he's doing this, because he knows he can't support his position.
So we've been doing this for 3.5 hours. Let's go to the, can we do closing statements?
Okay.
Let's do closing statements.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see if I can close, and then we'll wrap up the last half hour of this.
By the way, folks, you can see there is, and someone earlier had made the comment. I think it was who said that? Hoops H, I think, had said earlier that they learned a lot, and there's a lot to learn about this. There is. I mean, me and Larry, we do this on a daily basis. I mean, literally earlier, just before the show, I was reading half an hour ago about the attack in Iraq and the fact that we don't know who did it. And some people want to blame Israel. Some people are blaming other terrorist organizations that aren't related to Iran. This is what we do. And if we're having so many issues and so many examples of problems, my biggest thing is don't believe anyone who says, I can answer it in 30 seconds. They're lying to you. Don't believe anyone who says, here's my headline and I have the answer. They're lying to you. Anyone who tries to, they're manipulating one way or the other. If they're saying, if they can't have an involved conversation and they say, I've got it, it's 30 seconds, liar. They are trying to manipulate you. They have an agenda and they're trying to get you on their agenda.
Well, this is it. Hops 27. Yeah. I've learned a lot from this episode. I have a lot of homework to do. And by the way, guys, if you like this, then please click the like button. Click the button that is like. I know I bug you. Please do it. Click that like button. I know I bug you, but it matters. You notice it's getting demonetized because of what we're talking about. So that's already done. So hook me up and give me a like button. If you're watching on Twitter, please retweet this. Every retweet does matter. If you want your chat to go to the front, super chat me if you're watching on YouTube. You can also become a member if you want to on YouTube, $4.99 per month. Click that join button. Hooks me up, and also your stuff goes to the front too. But more importantly, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, do it, please. Every subscription matters. Please click the subscribe button. More importantly, though, help out Mike. He's on Rumble, out here doing the heavy lifting. He's doing it. He's actually doing it tomorrow. He'll be doing another X number of hours, punishing himself for you. See, for you, he's doing it. Follow him on Rumble at No Soundbites Allowed. Please do that. You can also follow him, by the way, also on Twitter if you want to. His stuff is also on the it's on the show description, both on YouTube and on Facebook. So let's see if we can get some more of this out. Maybe we'll see if we can.
We picked a doozy of a topic, I tell you.
I know this was fun.
But you know, I think a lot of people will appreciate because it's not a conversation people hear enough because it is difficult.
All right, here is their closing statements.
2 minutes. So try everybody keep a 1 minute response. I would phrase it this way instead of trying to respond to a simple question. Let's just take the last thing you'd like the audience to be able to take away with. So Batya, we'll go ahead and we'll start with you.
I wanted to open with this, but I'm going to close with it instead. I'm going to mention all of the areas of common ground that we have here because there was so much of it. The first is I think we all agreed that Hamas are terrorists who terrorize Israelis and Palestinians, and the world would be better off without them.
Yes.
I think we all agreed that Israel had a moral obligation to respond in some way militarily to what happened on October 7th.
Yes.
I think we all agreed that there are many innocent Palestinians in Gaza, and every death is tragic of those innocents. Yes. I think we all agree that if we could immediately remove innocent civilians from the line of fire, we would.
Yes.
I think we all, or at least three of us, agree that Netanyahu has made major mistakes in the past and in the present.
I would agree with that 100%.
And I think that we all agree that ultimately we would like to see every person living from the river to the sea living in dignity with full civil rights. And so I'm so grateful to have had this experience and found all of this common ground with you all.
Well said.
That was terrible. That was just virtuous.
I hate that last answer. I hate the last one because that is an anti-Semitic statement. It is a statement of genocide. It is a statement of elimination, and I don't like it included in her otherwise pretty accurate, pretty positive summary.
Oh, that last thing she brought up. Oh, see, that's funny. You know, I never even heard that before.
I had
October 7th. So that actually had no meaning for me. I know people hear it now and it triggers them. I didn't even notice it. You said it. Didn't notice it.
I understand that we have America, First Amendment. I get that you can say it, but at the same time, I want people to understand the meaning and the consequence of it. This would be a term that falls under what the Supreme Court has called insightful words. That if you say this and you can expect to get knocked out because you're inciting violence with this.
I'm not buying that. Nope.
You just said by saying it, forget anti-Semitic. You are telling people, when you tell them this, you're telling them that you want to eliminate their existence in the most unquestioning way. And
you are saying you want to eliminate Israel. That's what you're saying.
I think, and many people take it, looking at the words, looking at the original writing, it is not just Israel, it is everyone in that class of people, all Jews, anywhere in the world. It isn't limited.
It's a stretch. That's a stretch. You can't.
I don't think so.
It's America, dude. You can't do that's America. You can't say that.
I didn't say people can't say it, but that doesn't mean you're without consequence for saying it.
Dave, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. Okay, so it was about 200 years ago that Thomas Jefferson had this great quote. I do believe it was in 1824, where he was speaking about slavery, and he said, I might butcher this a little bit, but he said, we've got the wolf by the ear, and we can neither afford to hang on to it nor let it go. And I think this was a common objection to abolitionists that people at the time had. They were like, look, we've enslaved these people for so long. If we let them go now, they're going to kill all of us. And you could kind of see where that was reasonable at the time to be concerned about that. But with 200 years of hindsight, we can all look at this and go, yeah, but you can't enslave people. And whatever problem comes after that, you just have to abolish this. And that's kind of the same way I feel about the occupation of the West.
He's 100% correct.
No, he's not.
I can't believe you say no to this. How can you say no to this, Mike?
No, there's no connection between the slavery of the 1800s and Gaza today. No, there isn't. I understand the emotional connection, that bridge that he's trying to create there. He's factually incorrect. It doesn't exist except for feelings, and I don't accept feelings as a reason.
But there's no difference in them saying that and me and you coming up with our anime bullshit with our 3 Navy SEALs and the fat kid, right?
I'm using that as an example.
We have a problem.
No, I'm using.
We got to solve the problem.
No, we're using that as an example to highlight the extremes, the nature of the problem. But that's not to say. But I would never call the fat kid Israel or Hamas, and I wouldn't call the 3 SEALs necessarily Israel or Hamas, because that's interchangeable. What he just said, he's trying to connect slavery in America.
No, he's not. No, that's not true.
He just said that.
David, what he's saying is
that was a speech about slavery.
Yes.
And this statement was about slavery.
That's not what he said. No,
he's quoting a term and a speech, a fragment
that was
specifically about slavery.
Yes, but his point is holding the wolf by the ear. In the case of Jefferson, that wolf was slavery. That's what he's saying. In the case of Jefferson, but in the case of Israel, that wolf is the Palestinian people.
Okay. Maybe
you have to solve the problem.
Okay.
You just have to.
I'm used to debating and discussing leftist policies too much. And I know in my experiences,
you're right.
That they're going to
often bring up slavery for everything.
So maybe I'm too attuned to hearing certain things from the left in this case. I'll accept that.
Dave's a libertarian. He's not a lefty.
I understand, but he's right next to Shank, and
Shank, yes, he is. That's true. But in this case, what he's saying is, you got to do something with the wolf. That's what he's saying. I got him by the ear. I got to do something. And in this case, he's right. Israel's got to do something about the Palestinian problem. Is it I hold on to it more, let it go? What do I do? I got to do something. I can't just hold it. And that's his point.
The answer is you do hold it until the scenario changes, until they do something about Hamas.
You say that, but his point is 1824. We didn't free the slaves till 1865.
Which actually isn't that long. Comparatively,
it's 40 years. That's 2
not that
generations.
Long. That's not that long. How many? Well, one, slavery still exists in the world today. How many centuries
Don't
did we have
dodge.
slavery in countries around the world? And
Don't
we got rid of it
dodge.
relatively quickly. So, you know, it's, again, put it in perspective, put it under the proper heading.
If I'm the slave, 40 years is too much. That's the perspective.
I understand you'll feel bad about it, but that doesn't mean you're right. I understand you have a perspective. I can appreciate it. Doesn't mean that everyone should jump because it's
so
your
you're
perspective.
saying, hold on, let me be Prager on you. I'm gonna be Prager right now on you.
Sure.
So what you're saying, Mike, is that you were okay with slavery from 1824 to 1865. You thought it was a good idea.
No, I understand it.
I just Pragered you.
No, I understand it. I think it's wrong. Yes. I always thought it was wrong. I always have taken the position that it's wrong. I don't agree with slavery that exists in the world today, which is more slavery than ever in the history of mankind.
Yes, but I get that. All I'm saying is, if that.
But I understand the argument that's being made.
The point is, Jefferson was wrong, and that Jefferson should have just said, you know what, we should abolish slavery as soon as possible. Today, if we could, as soon as we can.
No, and the answer,
that's what I'm
saying.
Where this breaks
down, because slavery isn't the same thing as what's happening in Hamas and in Gaza. We have a government and a governmental system that is terrorist. And as long as that
I'm trying to be clear on this one. Hold on, Mike. I'm trying to be clear on this one. He's not saying it's slavery. What he's saying, it's a massive problem that can't be fixed tomorrow. And he's saying that either way, there's gonna be problems no matter what you do, but you gotta solve this shit. That's what he's saying. Even if Thomas Jefferson
I agree with
had
all
said,
of that. Wait a minute. I agree with all of that up to the very last thing. You can't fix it. This is like the two-state solution, which I've mentioned several times throughout this now. You can't fix it if that governmental system, Hamas, terrorism, that demands and requires elimination of another group of people because of their differences from you, you can't fix it. You have to fix that thing first. You can't build a building without a foundation. You can't solve this without getting rid of Hamas.
What if all the slaves in America, and this is Dave's point, what if all the slaves in America openly said, the second you free us, we're going to get guns and shoot you? They all said it. The second you free us, we're going to get guns and shoot you. They all said it. Second you free us, we getting guns and we shooting you. Second you free us, we're getting guns and we're shooting you.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good way to get your freedom.
But does that make slavery right?
I didn't say it was right.
Doesn't.
No.
And second thing, it doesn't make slavery right. And it also means you still have a problem you got to fix. And they're saying things are bad. Yes, and hold on. And the power dynamic, I'm going to go back to power dynamic here. In a case of slave to master, clear power dynamic. So the master has to figure out a way. It is in the master's purview, the master's obligation in this specific case. They have all the power. It's not even a little bit. This is
using your example. Wait a minute. Using the example you just gave, that slave says, as soon as you free me, I'm getting a gun. I'm going to shoot you. I, as the master in that scenario, go, and that's why you're not going to get free.
Correct. Yes.
I'm not going to let you go.
Right.
You're going to continue the cycle, and you're going to continue that until the slave changes.
Correct.
Until there's a change.
You're right.
And I'm telling you that change can't happen unless, because this isn't a one-to-one example. That's the problem. We're talking about governmental systems.
Let's stay on this example. I'm agreeing with you. Let's stay on your example. In this specific case of slavery, this is not Israel. This is slavery in this case. In this case, I'm the slave, you're the master, right? And I'm telling you, the second you free me, I'm getting a gun and I'm shooting you. And you go, that's why I'm never freeing you, Larry. And I go, great. Do you think I'm going to be a good slave or a bad slave, or I'm going to try to get other slaves to beat you up? I'm going to try to make things bad? Yes. And what can I do to change that? Nothing. I can't even read in this case. In this case, it is on you as the master to find a way to convince me to not want to kill you.
Or I
cannot do that. Only you can. Or just kill me. Correct. That is the opposite. And that is what people think Israel has chosen.
No.
What you just said is what people believe Israel has chosen. Genocide.
No, that
will just kill them.
I understand that is what Shank and the progressives and the indoctrinated colleges are trying to push as their message. The DSA is pushing that. It is a false equivalence. It is a false reasoning. They're pushing it because of their political agenda. It is the quick answer to a very difficult, very involved problem. And that should clue people in that it's wrong, because it isn't a 30-second, one-sentence answer. These guys are manipulating people. That isn't the equivalence.
But the thing that Dave is saying is not, you got to fix this thing tomorrow. He's saying you got to fix it. You just can't have a Palestinian problem. And what they're hearing is what you said. They're hearing, oh, let's just genocide them.
No.
Because that's what people are hearing. Because
I don't think that's what I don't think that's what the majority of people hear. I think that's what the majority. No, I think the majority of institutions like the colleges, like the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressive movement, they're pushing that message through people like Shank. But that isn't what people automatically think. I think they realize and identify what I'm saying, which is the first thing, the key, the thing that makes everything else possible is get rid of Hamas. You change that one thing, everything turns around. Everything becomes possible. That's where the opportunities start. Get rid of Hamas. Because Hamas, by definition, these terrorists want genocide. They want elimination. You cannot have peace. You cannot have
hold on. If you look at most independent media, most of it, they believe what John says right here. Hamas wouldn't exist if Netanyahu wasn't propping them up and funding them.
No, that's not true.
That is a common thought throughout independent media.
No, it isn't, because that's what you're hearing media personalities. The average person doesn't know who Netanyahu is. Okay, so you and I know this. We've had enough conversations with people all around the country. We talk to more than enough politicians on a regular basis. You and I both know, and I'm saying this to the audience, our audience is an exception to the rule in terms of politics. They're in the top 5, maybe 10% of everyone in politics in America, because 90% of Americans know nothing about this. They don't know who Netanyahu is.
I don't think so, man. I think you're wrong on that.
The average American couldn't tell you who Netanyahu is, let alone that, if depending on how you word it.
But the average American, particularly young American, is watching TikTok. I know I have 2 young Americans in my household. The average young American is watching TikTok, and TikTok is telling them what Patty says: genocide of Hamas. That's what TikTok is telling them. They may not know who Netanyahu is. I think you're right on that. They may not know that, but they do know bad stuff's happening. I think you're off on this one, Mike.
That's just because we see the DSA and the left are better at pushing a message, especially on places like TikTok, who
they have better rhetoric. I completely agree.
Agenda.
I've always said that the left has better rhetoric. That's 100% true.
They're good at pushing it out there. It doesn't. And again, the average kid, that's what they see. They have no idea what it means. They have no understanding of the context or the scope of it. They don't know. They just know that's what I saw. It's the same reason why 88% of all politicians get reelected. Why? They know that, oh, that name, that's elected, I vote for them. They don't know. They don't know enough. That's why we've been spending 4 hours to try and let people have more information.
All right.
And more understanding.
Let's finish the closing statements.
I don't mind the 4 hours.
It's been since 1967, man. You just can't do this to people anymore. Mr. Prager used the example of World War II over and over and over again today. And I know I'm not a left-winger, Cenk is, and the rest of us aren't. But I know when I say, hey, we should make a peace deal after October 7th, a lot of people go, that sounds wimpy and left-winging. Yes. How about forget the rest of World War II? How about the lessons of Vietnam and Korea and Iraq and Afghanistan and
Not
Syria
wrong.
and
No,
Libya
you're very
and
wrong.
Somalia and Yemen and a million others? Actually, we should be striving for peace. This isn't anything like World War II. This is a group of people who have been totally dominated by Israel since at least 1967. Israel isn't going anywhere. From the river to the sea is never going to happen. But these people can be given their freedom, and peace can be achieved.
No.
Well said, Dave.
Not under current conditions.
Well, I would love that too. Right now, most Palestinians would like to get rid of a Jewish state. I wish that weren't true.
Every time
if it
he falls
weren't
back.
true,
I
I
don't
do
agree.
believe
Every
in
time.
peace. I think that is the honest approach. I just have to say, even though it's my final statement, I
have to gaslight.
nevertheless have to respond.
I have to gaslight.
The comparisons you make are remarkable. I mean, that the slavery of blacks and the status of Palestinians are
It's not what he said. He was talking about the wolf. That's what he's. You got to deal with the wolf. That's
I
what he said.
understand the confusion
He's
there.
gaslighting.
I understand if you deal with enough people on the left and you're from a center right position, you're going to hear it the way I did, which is kind of the way
All
he's
right.
responding.
Maybe that's
Although
what
I
it
think
is.
Prager is more purposefully taking
Yes.
it that way.
Yes.
it's such an insult to blacks. All
Oh,
you suffered
you
was what
support blacks?
Palestinians
No, it's a
suffered.
logical analogy.
No, it's not a
The same
logical.
thing.
Well, no,
Yeah, okay.
it's not logical because
So it's not logical when he brings up some guy talking about the wolf and slavery, but when Prager brings up Nazis, completely the same. Totally fine. He's full of shit. Prager's full of shit.
it's not analogous. That's the point. You can't have a logical analogy if it's not analogous.
Okay.
Okay, so one final word: the pariah state of Israel. That is correct. That was what, in fact, Chuck Schumer said. Israel twice in his talk. That Israel is.
That is still my worry, Mike, that this may not go away, that Iran may do a better job and they might keep Israel as a pariah state. I think Batia might be right on this one. I'm worried. We'll see. I mean, I think you have a point. Depends on what happens. But I think it's a valid fear that Israel may be a pariah state for a long time. It's possible.
Not that long. It's not the first time.
Okay.
Pariah state. There's a reason that Israel is a pariah state. It's because the left-wing media in the world have decided to declare, along with Muslim countries, and Israel a pariah state. So here is just a couple of statistics that are worthy of noting. In the last few years, 500,000 people have been killed in a breakaway province in Ethiopia called Tigray. Now, one of you watching this probably knows about it. I don't know if anybody on this panel knows about it.
It's a civil war.
500,000 slaughtered and about 80,000 rapes. Is Ethiopia a pariah state?
Yes. Fucking yes.
For anyone who
So is
pays
Eritrea.
attention- anyone who pays attention, yes.
Yes. And so's Eritrea. So's Eritrea. Yes. Both of them are. He's full of shit. Yes.
Of course not, because they're not Jews. So nobody gives a damn.
Because they're not loud. Come on, Mike. I'm right on this guy.
Oh, I'm
Bachi's
not
way
saying,
better than
no,
him.
no, I've disagreed with him, and he's wrong there. Again, now he's playing this stupid game. You don't know, again, politics. 90% of Americans don't know politics. Yeah, but
True.
they didn't
Good
know.
point.
It's not
Yes.
that they don't know the politics because they're not Jews or because they are Jews. It's because they don't know. They can't find Ethiopia on a map. They don't know what
Yes.
Eritrea is. How? They don't even
Absolutely.
know that there are 40,000 Americans that are abandoned in Haiti or 15,000 Americans abandoned in the Sudan 2023. They can't
Right.
find these places on maps.
Right next to Ethiopia. Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And they can't find,
All right,
and they
let
can't
me-
find Haiti. It's right next to us
How
in the
about this?
Caribbean. People don't know where it is.
60,000 Christians have been slaughtered in West Africa since 2000. They've been slaughtered by Muslim groups. Does anybody call the Muslim groups pariahs or any?
Yes.
Yes. Boko
Yeah.
Haram.
Yes.
What the fuck is he talking about? Yes. Literally. Yes.
Yeah.
Boko Haram.
He's literally, I think someone said it before, gaslighting. He's just,
Yes. He's
he's
just
playing the
gaslighting.
emotion. He's doing the emotional manipulation that I get angry about. And I've said it several times. That's a pure emotional manipulation. It is.
Good. I mean, Ethiopia, a chunk of the Eritreans, the Ethiopians are actually pirates. Of
Yeah,
course,
yeah,
of
that's right.
course. Of course they're pariah nations. They're literally pirates. Yes. Yeah. I mean, mostly Somalis, obviously, but also Ethiopians and Eritreans. Mm-hmm. Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm. Muslim country a pariah? Of course not, because nobody gives a damn about the black Christians of West Africa because they're not being killed by Jews.
It's because they're not being killed by Jews. Shut up. That has nothing to do with it. You literally pulled that out of your ass. That has nothing to do with it.
It sounds like a good quote, but that's,
Oh, my God.
He's playing
Israel is a pariah state. Nobody would like to acknowledge it. It's painful, but the truth is often painful.
Okay. All right. Cenk, go ahead.
So after 57 years of occupation, Israel's the victims, and they're special victims. Okay. So look, I care about both Israeli civilians and Palestinian civilians. And so if you say, oh, well, brilliant point about slavery, I said it about the North and the South before, hey, the black slaves would get rid of a white state. We can't have it. We can't have it. If we free them, they could kill us all. And they are so against the white state. They're so against America. We can never let them go. By the way, that is what is said in every occupation, in every empire, in every war, and after every war.
That's kind of true. That part's kind of true. Empires tend to do that.
You know what? I would say that the people who are, again, gaslighting is not a new thing. Exaggerating the flaws or faux pas of your enemies is not new. Cenk is a showman, and he knows it.
Oh, look at how many of our people they killed. They killed our women, our children, etc. We can't make peace with them. And what does that lead to? It leads to more war, more killings, both on the Israeli side and the Palestinian side. Peace gets to peace, war gets to war. At some point, and this is the point.
No, you have to have peace at one point, man. You can't have war forever. Is a terrible idea.
I'm not saying that.
You got to have peace.
It doesn't reduce to that. Again, you cannot have peace when the other side believes in your elimination. And in this case, there is only one side that believes in the elimination of the other. That is Hamas. They've documented it. They've said it consistently for decades. I believe them. It's the same as when Iran for 4 decades, have told us they want to kill all Americans. I believe them. I'm not going to wait and see them do it. I take them at their word. Hamas has said in writing and in speeches and in celebrations, not only after October 7th, but long beforehand, for decades beforehand, that they want elimination. You cannot have peace with that. Again, get rid of Hamas as the government of Gaza. We can start talking about peace. It doesn't work until they are gone.
Here is the point I think Dave brings up, which is the point that I keep bringing up. This isn't a season's greetings type of oppression. This is a know your place or die type of oppression. He's right. You have said yourself, they are second-class citizens.
Yes.
Israel believes it's their land. How can you expect them to not? This is the same thing as going, the beatings will continue until morale improves. Right? It's the same thing. The beatings will continue until morale improves. At one point, the power dynamic has to set in place, and you've got to do something to make this better. Now, look, I don't know what that thing is. I'm not going to say I know how to fix it. I don't. But they've got to stop making
killing a bunch of babies isn't it.
Agreed on either side.
And promising that you're going to continue to kill babies until there are no more people to have babies is not an answer. And there's only one side saying that. And it isn't Israel.
Stop going towards war. What are we bombing Iran for? Are we nuts? We want a giant war in the Middle East that drags us into it, robs us of trillions of dollars, let alone our kids who can get killed there, let alone the potentially millions of people who can kill. The moral cancer here that is causing every problem we're talking about is the occupation.
No.
You have to let them go.
No.
If you're Israel, you have to let them go. If you don't let them go, This conflict and this war will never end.
That's not
and then
true.
you can call it any name you like. You can say, oh, they're terrorists and we're the good guys.
They are, and that's true.
More Israelis are going to die and more Palestinians are going to die.
Because
Let's do peace right now.
Okay. Zero Hedge would like me to extend a thank.
And that was the debate. There was a whole lot more, but we had to go for 4 damn hours.
Hey, we got through the beginning, we got through the intro, and we got through the end. It's just the middle that we missed.
If we had watched this whole thing, this has been a 7-hour show. Yes, it would have been a 7-hour show.
Yeah.
Yes,
well, let's see.
Yes.
So the first half was what, like half an hour, and then the end was like another 10. So four. It took us 10 times as much time to do.
Yeah, it had been a while.
We showed 40 minutes, and it took us 4 hours.
Yes.
But again, it's. I think. I know for a fact that everyone in the audience and everyone they share it with, no one will agree with you or me 100%, and they shouldn't. I hope that, as was in the comments from a couple of people, that people will look into this, gain more information for themselves from credible
100%.
sources,
make
their own decision, and then support however they think is best, non-violently, of course, to move this forward. I think that's important. And I think it's absolutely necessary because America is in this. Doesn't matter if you can disagree with me on everything else. Remember one thing. They put us in this when they killed our people, and they have our people hostage, and they are being tortured, and they are being sexually abused right now. That makes this our problem. No matter how we're going to resolve it, it is our problem, and we have to have part of the answer here. Not the whole answer, but part of it.
Let me remind everybody, if you like what you see, please click the button that is like. Every button you click does help. Please do so. If you're watching on Twitter, please retweet this. You can also become a member if you like. Click that join button so you can get more of this, $49 per month, and all your stuff goes to the front just by having a member. See how easy it is? All your stuff goes right to the front. Very easy to do that, but I got to ask one more thing of you if I could. One more thing, and that is, once this show is over, please go back to whatever you're watching me on Twitter, Facebook, Rumble, whatever you're watching it on. Go back and leave a comment. It's very good for the Al Gore rhythms. Guys, I think we're done. Got to wrap this up. So I get some sleep. I'm an old man. I get some sleep. So
I got to get ready for tomorrow. I'm doing this plus. I'll do at least 4 hours tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. So I'm sorry. Yes, he'll be on tomorrow, guys. Go check him out on Rumble. Check Mike on Rumble at No Sound Bites Allowed. All his information is on both Facebook and on YouTube. If you want to see his details, I will see you all very soon.